We're late as it is, so might as well just jump right in. And we're live.
And we're live. Sorry we were late, everyone. Maybe no one's here. We're
here now.
But we are here. We made it.
Do I have any butterbeer in my beard? Mustache.
Hey.
Hello. Good morning or afternoon.
Oh,
whatever it may be for you. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Yes, welcome. Ha. Oh.
Hope you're all doing well.
Let's adjust how I'm sitting. I'm sitting cockeyed and weird. Happy birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
Hang on. I gotta...
You know what's funny about that is it's actually a special occasion over here at Bibliobabuli. Do you know what today is? It marks 1 year that our channel has been up.
Today is our 1 year anniversary.
Actually, no, it was last Saturday. But we couldn't stream then, so it's our belated birthday. The channel's belated birthday.
Happy belated birthday to our channel. Yay.
I don't think we uploaded our first video until mid-late September, but by all accounts,
we started the channel.
Yes, we created the channel.
All right, fair enough.
So thank you all for joining us for this.
Yes.
And thank you all for your viewership, subscribing, and chatting with us.
And leaving wonderful comments all the time.
I can't see the comments in fear of spoilers, so I'll take her word for it that you guys leave great comments.
I do read some of them to him.
That's true.
Hi, Katie. Welcome.
Welcome.
I'm just looking for a spot to put him for now. Don't put him on the floor.
I wasn't.
I'm just saying, don't put him on the floor.
Put him down here with us.
Thank you. I love my new glasses.
Sea creatures.
It's so nice. I've had those other ones for so long. It was time for something different. I was ready. All right, let's put that over there. Put my coffee over here. And finally, taste my butterbeer.
How'd I do?
It's good.
Nice.
It's perfect for it's the perfect occasion for finishing Order of the Phoenix.
Some butterbeer.
Celebrate with some butterbeer. Finishing Order of the Phoenix. Yeah. And we are very happy that all of you are here to finish it with us.
Absolutely. So cheers to you too.
Yes, virtual cheers.
Yes, everyone pull up their favorite drink, have a sip, because we're about to find out what happens at the end of Order of the Phoenix.
When all of this is over, are you going to go to Harry Potter Land? I presume you mean COVID, right?
We would love to.
I want to go to Harry Potter World so goddamn bad that I can't stand it. So as soon as it is safe enough, yes, I really want to go.
Go to the Diagon Alley, get your own wand.
I want to get my wand. I want to see the dragon breathe fire. I want to go to Ilop's Owl Emporium. I want to go to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. I want to go...
they have Wizard Weasley Wheezes?
Yes, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is there.
Yes.
I want to go to the bookstore. I want to go everywhere. I want to ride the Hogwarts Express. I want to go to the school. I want to see all the movie props. I want to go so bad.
Seems like there's a lot to do there.
There is a lot to do there. And you can, when you buy your wand, you can buy an upgraded version of your wand so that as you walk through the park, if you wave your wand at certain places, you can
things will happen.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
Is it labeled what it'll interact with, or are people just waving their wands everywhere hoping that something happens?
At this point, it's just been stated that out there, it's just so many people have been that it's out there. If you look it up, you can find what things you can wave your wand
Oh,
at.
okay.
Um,
So at some point someone did that, just flailing their wand around
Yeah.
randomly, just hitting stuff. Do something. Do something. Do something. I have my wand right here.
the next chapter is one of my favorites too. Hey, I mean this is the only wand I have. It's not my wand, but
I feel like
there
it's
you go.
very appropriate. You have Voldemort's wand, and I got Dumbledore's from one of those random boxes.
I know. Considering the last chapter that we just read, very appropriate.
Yes.
Hey, maybe once all of this is over, we can have a Biblio-Bibuli get-together at Harry Potter Land. How cool would that be?
That would be cool.
We could all go to Harry Potter Land together. Wouldn't that be awesome? Ah, Harry's wand. I love Voldemort's wand. I would also love to have Snape's wand. But this is the only one I have currently. I really want my wand, which is hazel and unicorn hair.
Can't you get your specific wand at
Yeah, you get your wand. You can go get your wand. Hazel and unicorn hair, 10 3/4 inches.
I can't remember what mine was, but I got it on stream, so I can always go back and see.
You got Phoenix Feather Core. I remember that.
Yeah. It was like 16 inches or something. Or 14 inches.
Yeah, you had a long wand.
Yeah.
Yeah, your wand was like really long. Doesn't it sound awesome? I know. We should all go to Harry Potter Land together. Oh, it'd be great. Oh, and you can go to the Leaky Cauldron and have lunch.
Get some real butterbeer.
And have like traditional English foods.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and you can get fire whiskey at the bars and stuff.
Oh, man. Oh, that's just what I need to be in the wizarding world, half drunk.
That sounds great.
It does. For me. For everyone else just trying to have a good time, I don't know.
So many muggles. That's the only thing about going to Harry Potter World. A little bit of the magic will be ruined by all of the people in shorts and Hawaiian shirts.
Should be mandatory when you go in the park. You get a robe and you have to wear it the entire time.
You have to dress like a wizard to go. That would be awesome. Sirius's wand is really nice too. I would agree with that. Sirius's wand is cool. Who do you think was stronger? I've always thought Voldemort was slightly stronger. I guess it depends on your definition of strength, I think. And what levels of magic you'll use. I don't know. Sherry would like to know what our houses are.
Oh, well. I am a Gryffindor. Oh, you didn't? Oh, you did. You didn't wear your sweater.
I'm a Slytherin. I would have worn my Slytherin sweater, but it is too hot and sticky. It is like thunderstorm weather here right now. It is freaking humid. You're a Hufflepuff? Our subscribership is full of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. There are very few Slytherins and Gryffindors.
I think we have I think there's 2 other Gryffindors that I know of, and then 3 other Slytherins beside you.
3 or 4 other Slytherins, 2 other Gryffindors. Everyone else is Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff.
Got a lot of intelligent people out there.
Right.
And very caring people.
And a lot of hardworking, caring people. Yep, boom. Ravenclaw. 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 3 in a row. Yep.
I just realized, it's destiny. I have Dumbledore's wand. I'm a Gryffindor. You have Voldemort's wand. You're a Slytherin. It's
it was meant to be. I'm writing a new fan fiction. Oh, awesome. We will read your your author's edition, but at some point. But today we're finishing the book. But I still have the author's edition that you sent to us, and we will read it. So if you write another one, we will totally read it. We just wanted to finish the book today.
Is this the Titanic fan fiction by chance?
Oh my god, the Titanic fan fiction. See, Alistair is Gryffindor.
Gryffindor, yes.
Nice.
Represent.
I guess I'm the only Slytherin today. That's all right. Slytherin doesn't need anyone else. We're totally fine. I'll be fine. I don't need you guys. Who's your favorite character of all the books so far?
Oh boy. I think Dumbledore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially after this book, or because of
Yeah,
this book.
it's always been a toss-up between
If I can-
Dumbledore and Hagrid, but I'm leaning more towards Dumbledore.
Hey, look, it's a hairpiece.
Oh, look at
I look primitive.
that.
I know. I really should write the Titanic fan fiction. Maybe I'll do that at work sometime.
Let's do it. I mean, you can
It's a
write. I
great
have
idea.
plenty of ideas for you.
Yeah, if you want to
Like-
give me ideas, I will write them wonderfully. Just this has got to there we go. That's got to move. Yeah, Katie's favorite character is Dumbledore too.
Dumbledore, yes.
My favorite character in Harry Potter has and always will be Severus Snape. Always.
I don't get it.
You will.
I don't get it.
I also really, really love Sirius. Lupin too. I've always liked Lupin quite a lot. Dobby the hairless cat. I want a hairless cat.
There's so much more work.
They are a lot of work. Hairless cats are a lot more work.
Like I didn't really like how they looked, but after you told me how much extra work it is to have a hairless cat, I'm like, I can't do it.
I don't know. Sirius, Lupin, Snape, all-time favorite. Hands down, all-time favorite. The Sirius, Lupin.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it?
Sirius, not Siri.
I'm not sure I
No,
understand.
stop.
Stop! Shut up!
Maybe you should just turn your phone off for this
I know.
while we talk about the characters.
Because I feel like if I'm gonna say Sirius a bunch of times, it's gonna keep going. Sorry about that, everybody. Voldemort is another one of my favorite characters. I freaking love Voldemort. I'm trying to think.
You're just like going through and naming every character.
It's hard to just like who am I also really genuinely like Harry, which I didn't when I was a kid and I read the books, but now reading the books again, like I genuinely like Harry as a character a lot more than I used to, because I used to just whatever. He's the teller of the story. He's just Harry.
He's just our guide through this world.
Right. Neville's awesome too. I really like Neville. I think I put it in the Discord that my favorites are probably Neville, Lupin, Sirius, Gilderoy Lockhart. Love Gilderoy Lockhart so much.
He's a great character. I don't know if I
love
would put him
him.
as one of my favorites.
Oh, he is
though.
totally one of my favorites. Voldemort.
You said Voldemort
I know. I'm trying
like
to
3 times.
I know. Because he's awesome, all right? Voldemort is the man.
What about Ron? Ron's awesome.
Ron is awesome. So is Hermione. Hermione and I are like the same person in a lot of ways, though. So it's like Hermione's just a given because we're very much the same. Yeah, you gotta love the Weasleys. But you know what? I don't think any of them are like my favorite characters.
Not even Fred and George.
I like Ron more than I like Fred and George. Fred and George are funny. I like them.
They're the comic relief duo.
But I like Sirius better as a character. I don't know. Kenneth Branagh was amazing as Lockhart. He was meant to play that part. He was great.
Yeah, he fit the role perfectly. It was exactly how I pictured him.
Who's your favorite Weasley?
Ron. I like Ron. I think he has that balance. Like Fred and George are very funny and intelligent, which I like, but then they don't take a lot of things seriously. Then you have Percy, who just takes things too seriously.
Yeah.
You have Ginny, who I don't think they've just developed her character enough.
Yeah, I don't think you know Ginny well enough.
Yeah,
maybe.
And same with Charlie and Bill. I just don't know them enough. So
I love what Charlie does because I feel like that's what I would want to do if I lived in the wizarding world. I would want to like work with wild dragons. That would probably be what I would want to do because that's kind of what I want to do in real life. I want to work with large carnivorous animals. So, but you don't get a sense of his character. I think if I had to pick a favorite Weasley, I don't know. Ron is really great. I really love Ron, but I also really do love Ginny. And man, I love Arthur. I love Arthur.
Arthur is pretty awesome.
How about a character you hate?
Snape and Umbridge.
I think that Professor Umbridge is probably one of the characters I like least of all in the entire series.
Yeah,
You know,
Umbridge.
I really don't
Bellatrix
like Umbridge, but I don't know if I would have hated her as much without the voice. Like, not saying anything bad about your voice. I think it's a great voice for her, but it's actually hearing it. Like, I think if I just read it in my mind, I wouldn't have made the voice so annoying in my mind.
Right.
So she wouldn't have been as bad of a character, but actually hearing her voice makes her that much worse.
Awesome.
And it's great.
Awesome. That means I did a good job.
Yes, exactly. That's what
I was hoping I could make you.
I didn't want you to think I'm saying like it was bad, like you were
No.
doing a bad job. It was, you did an amazing job, and that's why it was bad.
Other characters that I don't like. My favorites are Fred and George because they rebel. They don't care what anyone thinks of them. Has he seen the films?
I have seen the films up until the books we've read.
So he's seen movies 1 through 4. Stephen Fry does a great Umbridge. Jim Dale does a great Umbridge. I haven't heard Stephen Fry. Also, just a reminder, no spoilers past where we've read in the series because he knows nothing about anything beyond where we are in the books.
And not
So
only
just
that,
throwing
we
that out
have
there.
some people that are following around that are reading it for the first time too.
Right. So some of our
So-
viewers are going through this for the first time. So we don't want just blanket statement. I feel like I always have to put it out there because sometimes it is easy to spoil and not realize you're spoiling, especially with Harry Potter.
I feel like every time we do this, we have at least one new person, so it's okay.
Right. Just repeat. If I fall asleep, you have to read me something else. I fall asleep listening to you. Oh, we're not going to stop once we're done with Harry Potter. We're going to keep reading books.
Yeah.
That's what our channel is about. That's what we do.
We definitely have a good idea where our viewers want us to go with our next book. I think that's very apparent.
Yeah, it's definitely obvious. We've had a lot of people commenting about where they want us to go
Oh, it's
next.
too bright. You can't read it.
An overwhelming number of people really want us to read the Song of Fire and Ice. Ice and Fire. Ice and Fire. Song of Ice and Fire next.
Which I am totally down for.
Right, which we both said we definitely want to read them, but I think before we jump into that series, I think we were going to read Jurassic Park to take a break.
Because that was another one that people were saying
Yeah.
they wanted. Because we mentioned it a live stream or two back.
Lord of the Rings is definitely on the list too.
Yes.
And I think at some point we will definitely read Lord of the Rings. We've just had a lot of people really wanting us to read the Game of Thrones books. And personally, I would like to read the Dune series as well, because I'm really getting into those since I just started the second book. And they're freaking good, man. But I don't know. Jurassic Park is seeming to be a top contender for where we go next, just because Harry Potter is such a long series.
Mm-hmm.
What place would you be if you made the Quidditch team?
Ooh, we just had this conversation.
We did just
too.
have this conversation.
That's funny you asked that.
I definitely think my best position would probably be beater. I think I would be a good beater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would either be beater or chaser. I'm too big to be a seeker, but that's something I would want to do. But if you need to be small and streamlined, I am not that.
I am small, but I am not streamlined at all.
Oh, you stop.
I mean, being seeker would be cool, but I don't know. I just don't know if I'm that athletically gifted. But I could hit a bat like nobody's business. I could swing a bat like nobody's business. I'd be a rogue bludger going for Malfoy. Ha! Nice. Nice. So what do you think? Should I start reading now?
I think so.
I'm going to go ahead and we're going to start reading the
enough
chapter.
time for everyone to kind of jump in.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Are we ready for the penultimate chapter to be followed by the final chapter in today's live stream? Are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
I'll move this closer to you.
Okay. Chapter 37, The Lost Prophecy. Harry's feet hit solid ground, his knees buckled a little, and the golden wizard's head fell with a resounding clunk to the floor. He looked round and saw that he'd arrived in Dumbledore's office. Everything seemed to have repaired itself during the headmaster's absence. The delicate silver instruments stood once more on the spindle-legged tables, puffing and whirring serenely. The portraits of the headmasters and headmistresses were snoozing in their frames, heads lolling back in armchairs or against the edge of the picture. Harry looked through the window. There was a cool line of pale green along the horizon. Dawn was approaching. The silence and the stillness, broken only by the occasional grunt or shuffle of a sleeping portrait, was unbearable to him. If his surroundings could have reflected the feelings inside him, the pictures would have been screaming in pain. He walked around the quiet, beautiful office, breathing quickly, trying not to think. But he had to think. There was no escape. It was his fault Sirius had died. It was all his fault. If he, Harry, had not been stupid enough to fall for Voldemort's trick, if he had not been so convinced that what he had seen in his dream was real, if he had only opened his mind to the possibility that Voldemort was, as Hermione had said, banking on Harry's love for playing the hero, it was unbearable. He could not think about it. He could not stand it. There was a terrible hollow feeling inside him that he didn't. There was a terrible hollow inside him that he did. Sorry, guys. There was a terrible hollow inside him he did not want to feel or examine. A dark hole where Sirius had been, where Sirius had vanished. He did not want to have to be alone with that great, silent space. He could not stand it. A picture behind him gave a particularly loud grunting snore, and a cool voice said, "Ah, Harry Potter." Phineas Nigellus gave a long yawn, stretched his arm as he watched Harry with shrewd, narrow eyes. "And what brings you here early in the early hours of the morning?" said Phineas eventually. "This office is supposed to be barred to all but the rightful headmaster. Or has Dumbledore sent you here? Oh, don't tell me." He gave another shuddering yawn. "Another message for my worthless great-great-grandson?" Harry couldn't speak. Phineas Nigellus did not know that Sirius was dead, but Harry couldn't tell him. To say it aloud would be to make it final, absolute, irretrievable. A few more of the portraits had stirred now. Terror of being interrogated made Harry stride across the room and seize the doorknob. It would not turn. He was shut in. "I hope this means," said the corpulent red-nosed wizard who hung on the wall behind the headmaster's desk, "that Dumbledore will soon be coming back to us?" Harry turned. The wizard was eyeing him with great interest. He nodded. He tugged again on the doorknob behind his back, but it remained immovable. "Oh, good," said the wizard. "It has been very dull without him, very dull indeed." He settled himself in the throne-like chair on which he'd been painted and smiled genially upon Harry. "Dumbledore thinks very highly of you, as I'm sure you know," he said comfortably. "Oh, yes, holds you in great esteem." The guilt filling the whole of Harry's chest like some monstrous weighty parasite now writhed and squirmed. Harry could not stand this. He could not stand being himself any more. He'd never felt more trapped inside his own head and body, never wished so intensely that he could be somebody. anybody else. The empty fireplace burst into emerald flame, making Harry leap away from the door, staring at the man spinning inside the grate. As Dumbledore's tall frame unfolded itself from the fire, the wizards and witches on the surrounding walls jerked awake, many of them giving cries of welcome. "Thank you," said Dumbledore softly. He did not look at Harry at first, but walked over to the perch beside the door and withdrew, from an inside pocket of his robes, the tiny, ugly, featherless Fawkes, whom he placed gently on the tray of soft ashes beneath the golden post where the full-grown Fawkes usually stood. "Well, Harry," said Dumbledore, finally turning away from the baby bird, "you will be pleased to hear that none of your fellow students are going to suffer lasting damage from the night's events." Harry tried to say, "Good," but no sound came out. It seemed to him that Dumbledore was reminding him of the amount of damage he'd caused, and although Dumbledore was for once looking at him directly, and although his expression was kindly rather than accusatory, Harry could not bear to meet his eyes. "Madame Pomfrey is patching everybody up," said Dumbledore. "Nymphadora Tonks may need to spend a little time in St. Mungo's, but it seems she will make a full recovery." Harry contented himself with nodding at the carpet, which was growing lighter as the sky outside grew paler. He was sure all the portraits around the room were listening eagerly to every word Dumbledore spoke, wondering where Dumbledore and Harry had been and why there had been injuries. "I know how you're feeling, Harry," said Dumbledore very quietly. "No, you don't," said Harry, and his voice was suddenly loud and strong. White-hot anger leapt inside him. Dumbledore knew nothing about his feelings. "You see, Dumbledore," said Phineas Nigellus slyly, "never try to understand the students. They hate it. They would much rather be tragically misunderstood, wallow in self-pity, stew in their own—" "That's enough, Phineas," said Dumbledore. Harry turned his back on Dumbledore and stared determinedly out of the window. He could see the Quidditch stadium in the distance. Sirius had appeared there once, disguised as a shaggy black dog, so he could watch Harry play. He had probably come to see whether Harry was as good as James had been. Harry had never asked him. "There is no shame in what you're feeling, Harry," said Dumbledore's voice. "On the contrary, the fact that you can feel pain like this is your greatest strength." Harry felt the white-hot anger lick his insides, blazing in the terrible emptiness, filling him with the desire to hurt Dumbledore for his calmness and his empty words. "My greatest strength, is it?" said Harry, his voice shaking as he stared out at the Quidditch stadium, no longer seeing it. "You haven't got a clue. You don't know." "What don't I know?" said Dumbledore calmly. It was too much. Harry turned round, shaking with rage. "I don't want to talk about how I feel, all right?" "Harry, suffering like this proves you are still a man. This pain is a part of being human." "Then I don't want to be human!" Harry roared, and he seized the delicate silver instrument from the spindle-legged table beside him and flung it across the room. It shattered into 100 tiny pieces against the wall. Several of the pictures let out yells of fright and anger, and the portrait of Armando Dippet said, "Really?" "I don't care!" Harry yelled at them, snatching up a lunoscope and throwing it into the fireplace. "I've had enough! I've seen enough! I want out! I want it to end! I don't care anymore!" He seized the table on which the silver instrument had stood and threw that too. It broke apart on the floor and the legs rolled in different directions. "You do care," said Dumbledore. He had not flinched or made a single move to stop Harry demolishing his office. His expression was calm, almost detached. "You care so much, you feel as though you will bleed to death with the pain of it." "I don't!" Harry screamed so loudly that he felt his throat might tear, and for a second he wanted to rush at Dumbledore and break him, shatter the calm old face, shake him, hurt him, make him feel some tiny part of the horror inside of him. "Oh, yes, you do," said Dumbledore, still more calmly. "You have now lost your mother, your father, and the closest thing to a parent you have never, ever known. Of course you care." "You don't know how I feel," Harry roared. "You, standing there, you—" But words were no longer enough. Smashing things was no more help. He wanted to run. He wanted to keep running and never look back. He wanted to be somewhere where he could not see the clear blue eyes staring at him, the hatefully calm old face. He ran to the door, seized the doorknob, and wrenched at it. but the door would not open. Harry turned back to Dumbledore. "Let me out," he said. He was shaking from head to foot. "No," said Dumbledore simply. For a few seconds they stared at each other. "Let me out," said Harry again. "No," Dumbledore repeated. If you keep me in here, if you don't let me—" "By all means, continue destroying my possessions," said Dumbledore serenely. "I dare say I have too many." He walked round his desk and sat down behind it, watching Harry. "Let me out," said Harry, and in a voice that was cold and almost as calm as Dumbledore's. "Not until I have had my say," said Dumbledore. Do you think I want to... Do you think I give a... I don't care what you've got to say," Harry roared. "I don't want to hear anything you've got to say." "You will," said Dumbledore steadily, "because you are not nearly as angry with me as you ought to be. If you are here to attack me, as I know you are close to doing, I would like to have thoroughly earned it." "What are you talking—" "It is my fault that Sirius died," said Dumbledore calmly and clearly. "Or should I say, almost entirely my fault. I will not be so arrogant as to claim responsibility for the whole. Sirius was a brave, clever, and energetic man, and such men are not usually content to sit at home in hiding while they believe others to be in danger. Nevertheless, you should have never believed for an instant that was any necessity for you to go to the Department of Mysteries tonight. If I had been open with you, Harry, as I should have been, you would have known a long time ago that Voldemort might try to lure you to the Department of Mysteries, and you would never have been tricked into going there tonight. And Sirius would not have had to come after you. That blame lies with me, and me alone." Harry was still standing with his hand on the doorknob, but was not aware of it. He was gazing at Dumbledore, hardly breathing, listening yet barely understanding what he was hearing. "Please sit down," said Dumbledore. It was not an order, it was a request. Harry hesitated, then slowly walked across the room, now littered with silver cogs and fragments of wood, and took the seat facing Dumbledore's desk. "Am I to understand," said Phineas Nigellus slowly from Harry's left, "that my great-great-grandson, the last of the Blacks, is dead?" "Yes, Phineas," said Dumbledore. "I don't believe it," said Phineas brusquely. Harry turned his head in time to see Phineas marching out of his portrait, and knew that he'd gone to visit his other painting in Grimmauld Place. He would perhaps walk from portrait to portrait, calling for Sirius throughout the house. "Harry, I owe you an explanation," said Dumbledore, "an explanation of an old man's mistakes. For I see now what I have done and not done with regard to you. It bears all the hallmarks of the failings of age. Youth cannot know how age thinks and feels, but old men are guilty if they forget what it was like to be young, and I seem to have forgotten lately." The sun was rising properly now. There was a rim of dazzling orange visible over the mountains, and the sky above it was colourless and bright. The light fell upon Dumbledore, upon the silver of his eyebrows and beard, upon the lines gouged deeply into his face. "I guessed, 15 years ago," said Dumbledore, "when I saw the scar on your forehead, what it might mean. I guessed that it might be the sign of a connection forged between you and Voldemort." "You've told me this before, Professor," said Harry bluntly. He did not care about being rude. He did not care very much about anything anymore. "Yes," said Dumbledore apologetically. "Yes, but you see, it is necessary to start with your scar, for it became apparent shortly after you rejoined the magical world that I was correct, and that your scar was giving you warnings when Voldemort was close to you, or else feeling powerful emotion." "I know," said Harry wearily. "And this ability of yours, to detect Voldemort's presence even when he is disguised, and to know what he is feeling when his emotions are roused, has become more and more pronounced since Voldemort returned to his own body and his full powers." Harry did not bother to nod. He knew all of this already. "More recently," said Dumbledore, "I became concerned that Voldemort might realize this connection between you exists. Surely enough, there came a time when you entered so far into his mind and thoughts that he sensed your presence. I am speaking, of course, of the night when you witnessed the attack on Mr. Weasley." Yeah, Snape told me, Harry muttered. Professor Snape, Harry, Dumbledore corrected him quietly. But did you not wonder why it was not I who explained this to you? Why I did not teach you occlumency? Why I had not so much as looked at you for months? Harry looked up. He could see now that Dumbledore looked sad and tired. Yeah, Harry mumbled. Yeah, I wondered. You see, Dumbledore continued, I believed it could not be long before Voldemort attempted to force his way into your mind, to manipulate and misdirect your thoughts, and I was not eager to give him more incentives to do so. I was sure that if he realized that our relationship was, or had ever been, closer than that of headmaster and pupil, he would seize his chance to use you as a means to spy on me. I feared the uses to which he would put you, the possibility that he might try to possess you. Harry, I believe I was right to think that Voldemort would have made use of you in such a way. On those rare occasions when we had close contact, I thought I saw a shadow of him stir behind your eyes. Harry remembered the feeling that a dormant snake had risen in him, ready to strike, in those moments when he and Dumbledore had made eye contact. Voldemort's aim in possessing you, as he demonstrated tonight, would not have been my destruction. It would have been yours. He hoped that when he possessed you briefly a short while ago, that I would sacrifice you in hope of killing him. So you see, I've been trying, in distancing myself from you, to protect you, Harry. An old man's mistake. He sighed deeply. Harry was letting the words wash over him. He would have been so interested to know all of this a few months ago, but now it was meaningless compared to the gaping chasm inside him that was the loss of Sirius. None of it mattered. Sirius told me you felt Voldemort awake inside you the very night that you had the vision of Arthur Weasley's attack. I knew at once that my worst fears were correct. Voldemort had realized he could use you. In an attempt to arm you against Voldemort's assaults on your mind, I arranged occlumency lessons with Professor Snape. He paused. Harry watched the sunlight, which was sliding slowly across the polished surface of Dumbledore's desk, illuminate a silver ink pot and a handsome scarlet quill. Harry could tell the portraits all around them were awake and listening raptly to Dumbledore's explanation. He could hear the occasional rustle of robes, the slight clearing of a throat. Phineas Nigellus had still not returned. Professor Snape discovered, Dumbledore resumed, that you had been dreaming about the door to the Department of Mysteries for months. Voldemort, of course, had been obsessed with the possibility of hearing the prophecy ever since he regained his body, and as he dwelled on the door, so did you, though you did not know what it meant. And then you saw Rookwood, who worked in the Department of Mysteries before his arrest, telling Voldemort that he had known what he had known all along, that the prophecies held in the Ministry of Magic are highly protected. Only the people to whom they refer can lift them from the shelves without suffering madness. In this case, either Voldemort himself would have to enter the Ministry of Magic and risk revealing himself at last, or else you would have to take it for him. It became a matter of greater urgency that you should master occlumency. But I didn't, muttered Harry. He said it aloud to try and ease the dead weight of guilt inside him. A confession must surely relieve some of the terrible pressure squeezing his heart. I didn't practice. I didn't bother. I could have stopped myself having those dreams. Hermione kept telling me to do it. If I hadn't, he'd never have been able to show me where to go, and Sirius wouldn't... Something was erupting inside Harry's head, a need to justify himself, to explain. I tried to check he'd really taken Sirius. I went to Umbridge's office. I spoke to Creature in the Fire, and he said Sirius wasn't there. He said he'd gone. Creature lied, said Dumbledore calmly. You are not his master. He could lie to you without even needing to punish himself. Creature intended you to go to the Ministry of Magic. He sent me on purpose. Oh, yes. Creature, I'm afraid, has been serving more than one master for months. How? Said Harry blankly. He hasn't been out of Grimmauld Place for years. Creature seized his opportunity shortly before Christmas, said Dumbledore, when Sirius apparently shouted at him to get out. He took Sirius at his word and interpreted this as an order to leave the house. He went to the only Black family member for whom he had any respect left, Black's cousin Narcissa, sister of Bellatrix and wife of Lucius Malfoy. How do you know all this? Harry said. His heart was beating very fast. He felt sick. He remembered worrying about Creature's odd absence over Christmas, remembered him turning up again in the attic. Creature told me last night, said Dumbledore. You see, when you gave Professor Snape that cryptic warning, he realized that you had had a vision of Sirius trapped in the bowels of the Department of Mysteries. He, like you, attempted to contact Sirius at once. I should explain that members of the Order of the Phoenix have more reliable methods of communicating than the fire in Dolores Umbridge's office. Professor Snape found that Sirius was alive and safe in Grimmauld Place. When, however, you did not return from your trip into the forest with Dolores Umbridge, Professor Snape grew worried that you still believed Sirius to be a captive of Lord Voldemort's. He alerted certain Order members at once. Dumbledore heaved a great sigh and continued. Alistair Moody, Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Remus Lupin were at headquarters when he made contact. All agreed to go to your aid at once. Professor Snape requested that Sirius remain behind, as he needed someone to remain at headquarters to tell me what had happened, for I was due there at any moment. In the meantime, he, Professor Snape, intended to search the forest for you. But Sirius did not wish to remain behind while the others went to search for you. He delegated to Creature the task of telling me what had happened, and so it was that when I arrived at Grimmauld Place shortly after they'd all left for the Ministry, it was the house elf who told me, laughing fit to burst, where Sirius had gone. He was laughing, said Harry in a hollow voice. Oh, yes, said Dumbledore. You see, Creature was not able to betray us totally. He is not secret keeper for the Order. He could not give the Malfoys our whereabouts or tell them any of the Order's confidential plans that he had been forbidden to reveal. He was bound by the enchantments of his kind, which is to say that he could not disobey a direct order from his master Sirius. But he gave Narcissa information of the sort that is very valuable to Voldemort, yet must have seemed much too trivial for Sirius to think of banning him from repeating it. Like what? Said Harry. Like the fact that the person Sirius cared most about in the world was you, said Dumbledore quietly. Like the fact that you were coming to regard Sirius as a mixture of father and brother. Voldemort knew already, of course, that Sirius was in the Order, and that you knew where he was. But Creature's information made him realize that the one person for whom you would go to any lengths to rescue was Sirius Black. Harry's lips were cold and numb. So, when I asked Creature if Sirius was there last night, the Malfoys, undoubtedly on Voldemort's instructions, had told him he must find a way of keeping Sirius out of the way once you had seen the vision of Sirius being tortured. Then, if you decided to check whether Sirius was at home or not, Creature would not be able to pretend he was not. Creature injured Buckbeak the Hippogriff yesterday, and, at the moment when you made your appearance in the fire, Sirius was upstairs tending to him. There seemed to be very little air in Harry's lungs. His breathing was quick and shallow. And Creature told you all this, and laughed? He croaked. He did not wish to tell me, said Dumbledore. But I am a sufficiently accomplished legilimens myself to know when I am being lied to, and I persuaded him to tell me the full story before I left for the Department of Mysteries. And, Harry whispered, his hands curled in cold fists on his knees, and Hermione kept telling us to be nice to him. She was quite right, Harry, said Dumbledore. I warned Sirius when we adopted 12 Grimmauld Place as our headquarters that Creature must be treated with kindness and respect. I also told him that Creature could be dangerous to us. I do not think Sirius took me very seriously, or that he ever saw Creature as a being with feelings as acute as a human's. Don't you talk about Sirius like... Harry's breath was constricted. He could not get the words out properly, but the rage that had subsided briefly flared in him again. He would not let Dumbledore criticize Sirius. Creature's a lying, foul... He deserved... Creature is what he was made... Creature is what he has been made by wizards, Harry, said Dumbledore. Yes, he is to be pitied. His existence has been as miserable as your friend Dobby's. He was forced to do Sirius's bidding, because Sirius was the last of the family to which he was enslaved. But he felt no true loyalty to him. And whatever Creature's faults, it must be admitted that Sirius did nothing to make Creature's lot easier. Don't talk about Sirius like that, Harry yelled. He was on his feet again, furious, ready to fly at Dumbledore, who had plainly not understood Sirius at all, how brave he was, how much he'd suffered. What about Snape? Harry spat. You're not talking about him, are you? When I told him Voldemort had Sirius, he just sneered at me as usual. Harry, you know Professor Snape had no choice but to pretend not to take you seriously in front of Dolores Umbridge, said Dumbledore steadily. But as I have explained, he informed the Order as soon as possible about what you had said. It was he who deduced where you had gone when you did not return from the forest. It was he, too, who gave Professor Umbridge fake Veritaserum when she was attempting to force you to tell her Sirius's whereabouts. Harry disregarded this. He felt a savage pleasure in blaming Snape. It seemed to be easier easing his own guilt, his own sense of dreadful guilt, and he wanted to hear Dumbledore agree with him. Snape goaded Sirius about staying in the house. He made out Sirius was a coward. Sirius was much too old and clever to have allowed such feeble taunts to hurt him, said Dumbledore. Snape stopped giving me occlumency lessons, Harry snarled. He threw me out of his office. I am aware of it, said Dumbledore heavily. I have already said it was a mistake for me to... I have already said that it was a mistake for me not to teach you myself, though I was sure at the time that nothing would have been more dangerous than to open your mind even further to Voldemort while in my presence. Snape made it worse. My scar always hurts worse after the lessons with him. Harry remembered Ron's thoughts on the subject and plunged on. How do you know he wasn't trying to soften me up for Voldemort, make it easier for him to get inside my... I trust Severus Snape, said Dumbledore simply, but I forgot another old man's mistake, that some wounds run too deep for healing. I thought Professor Snape could overcome his feelings about your father. I was wrong. But that's okay, is it? Yelled Harry, ignoring the scandalized faces and disapproving mutterings of the portraits on the walls. It's okay for Snape to hate my dad, but it's not okay for Sirius to hate Kreacher. Sirius did not hate Kreacher, said Dumbledore. He regarded him as a servant unworthy of much interest or notice. Indifference and neglect often do much more damage than outright dislike. The fountain we destroyed tonight told a lie. We wizards have mistreated and abused our fellows for too long, and we are now reaping our reward. So Sirius deserved what he got, did he? Harry yelled. I did not say that, nor will you ever hear me say it, Dumbledore replied quietly. Sirius was not a cruel man. He was kind to house elves in general. He had no love for Kreacher, because Kreacher was a living reminder of the home Sirius hated. Yeah, he did hate it, said Harry, his voice cracking, turning his back on Dumbledore and walking away. The sun was brighter inside the room now, and the eyes of all the portraits followed him as he walked, without realizing what he was doing, without seeing the office at all. You made him stay shut up in that house, and he hated it. That's why he wanted to get out last night. I was trying to keep Sirius alive, said Dumbledore quietly. People don't like being locked up, said Harry furiously, rounding on him. You did it to me all last summer. Dumbledore closed his eyes and buried his face in his long-fingered hands. Harry watched him, but this uncharacteristic sign of exhaustion or sadness, or whatever it was from Dumbledore, did not soften him. On the contrary, he felt angrier that Dumbledore was showing signs of weakness. He had no business being weak when Harry wanted to rage and storm at him. Dumbledore lowered his hands and surveyed Harry through his half-moon glasses. It is time, he said, for me to tell you what I should have told you 5 years ago, Harry. Please sit down. I'm going to tell you everything. I ask only a little patience. You will have your chance to rage at me, to do whatever you like. When I have finished, I will not stop you. Harry glared at him for a moment, then flung himself back into the chair opposite Dumbledore and waited. Dumbledore stared for a moment at the sunlit grounds outside the window, then looked back at Harry and said, 5 years ago you arrived at Hogwarts, Harry, safe and whole, as I had planned and intended. Well, not quite whole. You had suffered. I knew you would when I left you on your aunt and uncle's doorstep. I knew I was condemning you to 10 dark and difficult years. He paused. Harry said nothing. You might ask, and with good reason, why it had to be so. Why could some wizard family not have taken you in? Many would have done so more than gladly, would have been honored and delighted to raise you as a son. My answer is that my priority was to keep you alive. You were in more danger than perhaps anyone, but I realized Voldemort had been vanquished hours before, but his supporters, and many of them are almost as terrible as he, were still at large, angry, desperate, and violent. And I had to make my decision, too, with regard to the years ahead. Did I believe that Voldemort was gone forever? No. I knew not whether it would be 10, 20, or 50 years before he returned, but I was sure he would do so. And I was sure, too, knowing him as I have done, that he would not rest until he killed you. I knew that Voldemort's knowledge of magic is perhaps more extensive than any wizard alive. I knew that even my most complex, powerful, and protective spells and charms were unlikely to be invincible if he ever returned to full power. Sorry, guys.
Come on.
Cat pause, cat destruction.
As long as he doesn't knock over the boy again. I'm cool. Oh, don't you get jealous now.
But I knew, too, where Voldemort was weak, and so I made my decision. You would be protected by an ancient magic of which he knows, which he despises, and which he has always, therefore, underestimated, to his cost. I am speaking, of course, of the fact that your mother died to save you. She gave you a lingering protection he never expected, a protection that flows in your veins to this day. I put my trust, therefore, in your mother's blood. I delivered you to her sister, her only remaining relative. She doesn't love me, said Harry at once. She doesn't give a damn. But she took you, Dumbledore cut across him. She may have taken you grudgingly, furiously, unwilling and bitterly, yet she still took you, and in doing so she sealed the charm I placed upon you. Your mother's sacrifice made the bond of blood the strongest shield I could give you. I still don't. While you can still call home the place where your mother's blood dwells, there you cannot be touched or harmed by Voldemort. He shed her blood, but it lives on in you and her sister. Her blood became your refuge. You need return there only once a year, but as long as you can still call it home, whilst you are there, he cannot hurt you. Your aunt knows this. I explained what I had done in the letter I left with you on her doorstep. She knows that allowing you house room may well have kept you alive for the last 15 years. Wait, said Harry. Wait a moment. He sat up straighter in his chair, staring at Dumbledore. You sent that howler. You told her to remember. It was your voice. I thought, said Dumbledore, inclining his head slightly, that she might need reminding of the pact she had sealed by taking you. I suspected the Dementor attack might have awoken her to the dangers of us having you as a surrogate son. It did, said Harry quietly. Well, my uncle more than her. He wanted to chuck me out, but after the howler came, she said I had to stay. He stared at the floor for a moment, then said, But what's that got to do with... He could not say Sirius's name. 5 years ago, then, continued Dumbledore, as though he'd not paused in his story, you arrived at Hogwarts, neither as happy nor as well-nourished as I would have liked, perhaps, yet alive and healthy. You were not a pampered little prince, but as normal a boy as I could have hoped under the circumstances. Thus far, my plan was working well. And then, well, you remember the events of your first year at Hogwarts quite as clearly as I do. You rose magnificently to the challenge you faced, and sooner, much sooner than I had anticipated, you found yourself face to face with Voldemort. You survived again. You did more. You delayed his return to full power and strength. You fought a man's fight. I was prouder of you than I can say. Yet there was a flaw in this wonderful plan of mine, said Dumbledore.
An obvious flaw that I knew even then might be the undoing of it all. And yet, knowing how important it was that my plan should succeed, I told myself that I would not permit this flaw to ruin it. I alone could prevent this, so I alone must be strong. And here was my first test, as you lay in the hospital wing, weak from your struggle with Voldemort. I don't understand what you're saying, said Harry. Don't you remember asking me as you lay in the hospital wing why Voldemort had tried to kill you when you were a baby? Harry nodded. Ought I to have told you then? Harry stared into the blue eyes and said nothing, but his heart was racing again. You do not see the flaw in my plan yet? No, perhaps not. Well, as you know, I decided not to answer you. 11, I told myself, was much too young to know. I had never intended to tell you when you were 11. The knowledge would have been too much at such a young age. I should have recognized the danger signs then. I should have asked myself why I did not feel more disturbed that you had already asked me that question, to which I knew one day. For real. I should have recognized the danger signs then. I should have asked myself why I did not feel more disturbed that you had already asked me the question to which I knew one day I must give a terrible answer. I should have recognized that I was too happy to think that I did not have to do it on that particular day. You were too young, much too young. And so we entered your second year at Hogwarts, and once again you met challenges even grown wizards have never faced. Once again you acquitted yourself beyond my wildest dreams. You did not ask me again, however, why Voldemort left that mark on you. We discussed your scar, oh yes. We came very, very close to the subject. Why did I not tell you everything? Well, it seemed to me that 12 was, after all, hardly better than 11 to receive such information. I allowed you to leave my presence, blood-stained, exhausted but exhilarated, and if I felt a twinge of unease that I ought, perhaps, to have told you, then it was swiftly silenced. You were still so young, you see, and I could not find it in myself to spoil that night of triumph. Don't you see, Harry? Don't you see the flaw in my brilliant plan now? I had fallen into the trap I had foreseen, that I had told myself I could avoid, that I must avoid. I cared about you too much, said Dumbledore simply. I cared more for your happiness than your knowing the truth, more for your peace of mind than my plan, more for your life than the lives of those who might be lost if the plan failed. In other words, I acted exactly as Voldemort expects we fools who love to act. Is there a defense? I defy anyone who has watched you as I have, and I have watched you more closely than you could have imagined, not to want to save you more pain than you have already suffered. What did I care if numbers of nameless and faceless people and creatures were slaughtered in the vague future? If in the here and now you were alive and well and happy, I never dreamed that I would have such a person on my hands. When we entered your third year, I watched from afar as you struggled to repel Dementors, as you found Sirius, learned what he was and rescued him. Was I to tell you then, at the moment when you had triumphantly snatched your godfathers from the jaws of the ministry? But now, at the age of 13, my excuses were running out. Young you might be, but you had proved you were exceptional. My conscience was uneasy, Harry. I knew the time must come soon. But you came out of the maze last year, having watched Cedric Diggory die, having escaped death so narrowly yourself, and I did not tell you, though I knew, now Voldemort had returned, I must do it soon. And now tonight I know you have been long ready for the knowledge I have kept from you for so long, because you have proved that I should have placed this burden upon you before this. My only defense is this. I have watched you struggling under more burdens than any student who has ever passed through this school, and I could not bring myself to add another, the greatest one of all."
Harry waited, but Dumbledore did not speak.
I still don't understand. Voldemort tried to kill you when you were a child because of a prophecy made shortly before your birth. He knew the prophecy had been made, though he did not know its full contents. He set out to kill you when you were still a baby, believing he was fulfilling the terms of the prophecy. He discovered to his cost that he was mistaken, when the curse intended to kill you backfired. And so, since his return to his body, and particularly since your extraordinary escape from him last year, he has been determined to hear that prophecy in its entirety. This is the weapon that he has been seeking so assiduously since his return, the knowledge of how to destroy you.
The sun had risen fully now. Dumbledore's office was bathed in it. The glass case in which the sword of Gryffindor resided gleamed white and opaque. The fragments of the instruments Harry had thrown to the floor glistened like raindrops, and behind him, the baby Fawkes made soft chirruping noises in his nest of ashes. "The prophecy's smashed," Harry said blankly. "I was pulling Neville up from the benches in the room where the archway was, and it slipped from his robes and it fell."
The thing that smashed was merely the record of the prophecy kept by the Department of Mysteries, but the prophecy was made to somebody, and that person has the means of recalling it perfectly."
"Who heard it?" asked Harry, though he thought he knew the answer already. Sorry. Yeah, Biggs is going to go through and re-edit the chapters so that if you want to just listen to the chapters by themselves later, you can.
Yeah, you won't have to look through the whole live stream to find the chapters.
Yeah.
They'll be separated.
Yeah, they'll be out there, so you can go ahead and listen to them.
"I did," said Dumbledore. "On a cold, wet night 16 years ago in a room above the bar at the Hog's Head Inn. I had gone to see an applicant for the post of divination teacher, though it was against my inclination to allow the subject of divination to continue at all. The applicant, however, was the great-great-granddaughter of a very famous, very gifted seer, and I thought it common politeness to meet her. I was disappointed. It seemed to me she had not a trace of the gift herself. I told her, courteously, I hope, that I did not think she would be suitable for the post. I turned to leave."
Dumbledore got to his feet and walked past Harry to the black cabinet that stood beside Fawkes's perch. He bent down, slid back a catch, and took from inside it the shallow stone basin, carved with runes round the edges, in which Harry had seen his father tormenting Snape. Dumbledore walked back to the desk, placed the pensieve upon it, and raised his wand to his own temple. From it he withdrew silvery gossamer fine strands of thought clinging to the wand and deposited them into the basin. He sat back down behind his desk and watched his thoughts swirl and drift inside the pensieve for a moment. Then, with a sigh, he raised his wand and prodded the silvery substance with its tip. A figure rose out of it, draped in shawls, her eyes magnified to enormous size behind her glasses, and she revolved slowly, her feet in the basin. But when Sybil Trelawney spoke, it was not in her usual ethereal, mystic voice, but in the harsh, hoarse tones Harry had heard her use once before. "The wand with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." The slowly revolving Professor Trelawney sank back into the silver mass below and vanished. The silence within the office was absolute. Neither Dumbledore nor Harry nor any of the portraits made a sound. Even Fawkes had fallen silent. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said very quietly, for Dumbledore, still staring at the pensieve, seemed completely lost in thought. Did that mean... What did that mean?" "It meant," said Dumbledore, "that the person who has the only chance of conquering Lord Voldemort for good was born at the end of July, nearly 16 years ago.
This boy would be born to parents who had already defied Voldemort 3 times.
Harry felt as though something was closing in on him. His breathing seemed difficult. It means me? Dumbledore took a deep breath.
The odd thing, Harry, said Voldemort softly, is that it may not have meant you at all. Sybil's prophecy could have applied to 2 wizard boys, both born at the end of July that year, both of whom had parents in the Order of the Phoenix, both sets of parents having narrowly escaped Voldemort 3 times. One, of course, was you. The other was Neville Longbottom.
But then why was it my name on the prophecy and not Neville's?
The official record was relabeled after Voldemort's attack on you as a child, said Dumbledore. It seemed plain to the Keeper of the Hall of Prophecy that Voldemort could only have tried to kill you because he knew you to be the one to whom Sybil was referring.
Then it might not be me, said Harry.
I am afraid,
said Dumbledore slowly, looking as though every word cost him a great deal of effort,
that there is no doubt that it is you.
But you said Neville was born at the end of July too, and his mum and dad...
You are forgetting the next part of the prophecy, the final identifying feature of the boy who could vanquish Voldemort. Voldemort himself would mark him as his equal. And so he did, Harry. He chose you, not Neville. He gave you the scar that has proved both blessing and curse.
But he might have chosen wrong, said Harry. He might have marked the wrong person.
He chose the boy he thought most likely to be a danger to him, said Dumbledore. And notice this, Harry. He chose not the pureblood, which according to his creed is the only kind of wizard worth being or knowing, but the half-blood, like himself. He saw himself in you before he had ever seen you, and in marking you with that scar, he did not kill you as he intended, but he gave you powers and a future which would have fitted you to escape him not once, but 4 times so far, something neither your parents nor Neville's parents ever achieved.
Why did he do it then? Said Harry, who felt numb and cold. Why did he try and kill me as a baby? He should have waited to see whether Neville and I looked more dangerous when we were older and tried to kill whoever it was then.
That might indeed have been a more practical course, said Dumbledore, except that Voldemort's information about the prophecy was incomplete. The Hogshead Inn, which Sybil chose for its cheapness, had long attracted, shall we say, a more interesting clientele than the 3 broomsticks. As you and your friends found out to your cost, and I to mine that night, it is a place where it is never safe to assume you are not being overheard. Of course, I had not dreamed when I set out to meet Sybil Trelawney that I would hear anything worth overhearing. Our one stroke of good fortune was that the eavesdropper was detected only a short way into the prophecy and thrown from the building.
So he only heard
the beginning, the part foretelling the birth of a boy in July to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort. Consequently, he could not warn his master that to attack you would to risk transferring power to you and marking you as his equal. So Voldemort never knew there might be danger in attacking you, that it might be wise to wait to learn more. He did not know that you would have power the Dark Lord knows not.
But I don't, said Harry in a strangled voice. I haven't got any powers he hasn't got. I couldn't fight the way he did tonight. I can't possess people or kill them.
There is a room in the Department of Mysteries, interrupted Dumbledore, that is kept locked at all times. It contains a force that is at once more wonderful and more terrible than death, than human intelligence, than the forces of nature. It is also perhaps the most mysterious of the many subjects for study that reside there. It is the power held within that room that you possess in such quantities, and which Voldemort has not at all. That power took you to save Sirius tonight. That power also saved you from possession by Voldemort, because he could not bear to reside in a body so full of the forces he detests. In the end, it mattered not that you could not close your mind. It was your heart that saved you. Harry closed his eyes. If he had not gone to save Sirius, Sirius would not have died. More to stave off the moment he would have to think of Sirius again, Harry asked, without caring much about the answer. The end of the prophecy. It was something about neither can live while the other survives, said Dumbledore. So, said Harry, dredging up the words from what felt like a deep well of despair inside him. So does that mean that one of us has got to kill the other one in the end? Yes, said Dumbledore. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Somewhere far beyond the office walls, Harry could hear the sound of voices. Students heading back down the great hall for an early breakfast, perhaps. It seemed impossible that there could be people in the world who still desired food, who laughed, who neither knew nor cared that Sirius Black was gone forever. Sirius seemed a million miles away already. Even now, a part of Harry still believed that if he'd only pulled back the veil, he would have found Sirius looking at him, greeting him, perhaps with his laugh like a bark. I feel I owe you another explanation, Harry, said Dumbledore hesitantly. You may perhaps have wondered why I never chose you as prefect. I must confess that I rather thought you had enough responsibility to be going on with. Harry looked up at him and saw a tear trickling down Dumbledore's face into his long beard.
Ooh. So we finally know.
Now we know.
The full backstory on Harry Potter.
Yep.
Oh, we have another Hufflepuff in here.
Another Hufflepuff.
Mm-hmm.
So many Hufflepuffs. The more Hufflepuffs, the merrier, I guess, right? Just taking a brief pause here.
Yeah, just gonna take a couple minute intermission. Refill your beverages if you got them.
Go to the bathroom, do whatever before we
And welcome to the people who joined us.
Yes, welcome.
Mid-chapter.
Yes, welcome everyone who joined in mid-chapter. You will all get to go back and listen to it. We'll have edited versions of the chapters up. Yeah, this was way better than the movie. Are you kidding me? Oh, and in case some of you didn't notice, I don't know, Katie, you might have noticed, but I almost cried reading this chapter.
Oh, I thought you were just going for like dramatic effect at points.
No,
I didn't realize you were actually like starting to cry.
I was literally tearing up reading Voldemort or Dumbledore's words.
Well, while we're in an intermission.
Oh, a Slytherin! Yes, I am not the only one. Welcome. Yes.
I knew we had some of them out there. I'll be right back. I'm gonna give this boy allergy medicine.
Is there more butterbeer?
Yes, there is. Would you like more?
I would like more. Thank you. I almost really started to cry. That was so. I don't remember being that emotional about it when I. Oh. Okay.
Go.
When I read it
I like caught it
the first time.
Even if I catch it, it hits the wall.
Here, let me get this out of the way. Okay, there. More butterbeer, dear. Anything from the trolley? Sorry, guys. I genuinely really understand Dumbledore's struggle in when is it the right time to tell Harry? How do I tell Harry? When is he old enough to understand? Should he have maybe told him sooner before all this crap happened? Maybe, but I understand Jesus, I am doing this Voldemort Dumbledore thing. I completely understand Dumbledore just wanting Harry to have some happiness and joy in his life because he understands that his life with the Dursleys has been so hard and difficult. So I get what Dumbledore's intentions were in trying to tell him sooner, but Dumbledore even says, like, I cared about you. I didn't intend for this, and I just wanted you to be a happy kid for as long as you could be a happy kid before you have to take on this burden of neither can live while the other survives.
All the commotion, I forgot your cup.
Thank you. I know that little tidbit at the end about the prefect. Yeah. And that he cries, like, that's great that he gives Harry that explanation. When I read action-packed areas of a book, I always read fast, but when you read normal speed. I try to read it so that it's clear and it's understandable, and it's when I read dialogue, I try to read it like I'm actually saying it, but I try to maintain the speed for the consistency of the storytelling. I get both sides of the coin. Like, yeah, maybe you should have told Harry earlier, but at the same time, from Dumbledore's perspective, that is such a hard thing to decide when to tell a kid that. Like, I wouldn't want that responsibility. But Katie and Alistair, I totally get both sides of the coin. And I feel like Dumbledore was just like in a really bad position. When is there ever really a right time? Yeah, book 3. I would agree with you guys. Book 3 probably would have been the best time. But yeah, hindsight is 2020, and I think this is Harry's first experience of realizing that, Dumbledore isn't perfect. He's not always going to make the best right decision every single time. I don't know if book 4 would have been the right time. He was pretty traumatized by almost dying and watching someone else die. When Harry was 40. I would have waited until Harry was 40.
One Tobin butterbeer for you.
A Tobin butterbeer. Yes. Must butterbeer. For the next chapter.
Oh, yes. You have a new co-host?
Yes. Jackson is my new co-star. What do you guys think?
I mean,
I love these cups, too. They're my new favorite thing.
We all know the real reason anyone comes to watch our channel. It's all for this man and Bailey.
Yeah, no one cares about the Harry Potter content. They just like our animals. Yes, Harry does turn 40 this year. You're right.
Oh,
wow. Did turn 40 this year.
J.K. Rowling's going to release a new book, Harry Potter and the Midlife Crisis.
So
Butterbeer is so messy.
I know.
When you have a beard.
It's messy when you don't.
Your cleanup's a little bit easier.
It is so frothy. It's so good. You can actually look up butterbeer tutorials. That's where we got our butterbeer recipe.
The one we use is actually Binging with Babish. He did a Harry Potter special with a few different recipes on there.
Still got some in your beard. Whoa. It's great. I'm not getting it out for you.
Oh, wow.
Fire whiskey would be great, but I would probably not be able to read after having a couple of those.
Well, you could, and it'd probably be hilarious, but anyone who wants to really read the chapter is going to be disappointed.
I mean, maybe
that's a fan fiction type night.
Drunk Harry Potter conversations. Drunk HP reading. We could do that. Drunk Harry Potter, a subsidy of what we're doing right now. They have drunk history. We could get wasted and talk about Harry Potter.
Leaky Cauldron late night.
New live stream idea. I think we have to finish the series first, because then we could just say whatever we want about Harry Potter without worrying. Because if I'm drunk, I may not remember not to spoil things. Yeah, I wouldn't blame Dumbledore for taking a sip or two of fire whiskey after all of that.
Or what did he have? He has something in his office. He offered the other teachers for a nightcap.
Wasn't it fire whiskey?
Was it?
I don't remember.
No.
I tried the butterbeer at LA, but I didn't. Yeah, it'd be interesting to try the butterbeer at Harry Potter World and see how good it is.
See how it compares.
I know it's a lot more expensive, but look at those lovely feet. They're so handsome.
I will say, if you decide to follow the recipe and make it non-alcoholic, get butterscotch flavoring.
Yeah.
Because we make it with butterscotch schnapps. And without it, it really doesn't taste good at all.
Yeah.
You need at least the butterscotch flavoring. Just for anyone who's looking to make butterbeer.
Yeah, and if you want to make non-alcoholic, say for your children, or if you just don't enjoy alcohol. Yeah.
Because that's what we did. And she ended up not liking it at all. And I was shocked. And then I tried it and I wasn't shocked anymore. It was actually quite nasty.
Disgusting. Yeah.
It's very bitter without it. You need that sweet.
So do you think we're ready for the next chapter?
I think so. I've got my drink. Everyone seems settled.
All right, everyone. Some liquid courage. Yeah, if I had to tell somebody that kind of a whopper of a reveal, I might need
again. Okay.
You're good.
Okay.
I might need.
I had a little bit on my beer.
Let's go. Oh, someone is very enthusiastic over here. All right. Chapter 38. The Second War Begins. He who must not be named returns. In a brief statement on Friday night, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge confirmed that he who must not be named has returned to this country and is once more active. It is with great regret that I must confirm that the wizard styling himself Lord, well, you know who I mean, is alive and among us again, said Fudge, looking tired and flustered as he addressed reporters. It is with almost equal regret that we report the mass revolt of the Dementors of Azkaban, who have shown themselves averse to continuing in the Ministry's employ. We believe the Dementors are currently taking direction from Lord Thingy. We urge the magical population to remain vigilant. The Ministry is publishing guides to elementary home and personal defense, which will be delivered free to all visiting homes within the coming month. The minister's statement was met with dismay and alarm from the wizarding community, which as recently as last Wednesday was receiving ministry assurances that there was no truth whatsoever in these persistent rumors that you-know-who is operating amongst us once more. Details of the events led to the ministry turnaround are still hazy, though it is believed that he who must not be named in a select band of followers, known as Death Eaters, gained entry to the Ministry of Magic itself on Thursday evening. Albus Dumbledore, newly reinstated headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, reinstated member of the International Confederation of Wizards, and reinstated Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, has so far been unavailable for comment. He has insisted over the last year that you-know-who is not dead, as was widely hoped and believed, but is recruiting followers once more for a fresh attempt to seize power. Meanwhile, the boy who lived...
There you are, Harry. I knew they'd drag you into it somehow, said Hermione, looking over the top of the paper at him.
They were in the hospital wing. Harry was sitting on the end of Ron's bed, and they were both listening to Hermione read the front page of the Sunday Prophet. Ginny, whose ankle had been mended in a trice by Madame Pomfrey, was curled up at the foot of Hermione's bed. Neville, whose nose had likewise been returned to its normal size and shape, was in a chair between the two beds, and Luna, who'd dropped in to visit, catching the latest clutching the latest edition of the Quibbler, was reading the magazine upside down and apparently not taking in a word Hermione was saying. "He's the boy who lived now again, is he?" said Ron darkly. "Not such a deluded show-off anymore, eh?" He helped himself to a handful of chocolate frogs from the immense pile on his bedside cabinet, threw a few to Harry, Ginny, and Neville, and ripped off the wrapper of his own with his teeth. There was still deep welts on his forearms where the brain's tentacles had wrapped round him. According to Madame Pomfrey, thoughts could leave deeper scarring than almost anything else, though since she had started applying copious amounts of Dr. Ubley's oblivious unction, there seemed to have been some improvement. "Yes, they're very complimentary about you now, Harry," said Hermione, scanning down the article. "A lone voice of truth, perceived as unbalanced, yet never wavered in his story, forced to bear ridicule and slander." She said, frowning. "I noticed they don't mention the fact that it was them doing all the ridiculing and slandering in The Prophet." She winced slightly and put a hand to her ribs. The curse Dolokhov had used on her, though less effective than it would have been if he had been able to say the incantation aloud, had nevertheless caused, in Madame Pomfrey's words, quite enough damage to be going on with. Hermione was having to take 10 different types of potion every day, was improving greatly, and was already bored with the hospital wing. "You know who's last attempt to take over, pages 2 to 4. What the Ministry should have told us, page 5. Why no one listened to Albus Dumbledore, pages 6 to 8. Exclusive interview with Harry Potter, page 9. Well," said Hermione, folding up the newspaper and throwing it aside, "it's certainly given them lots to write about. And that interview with Harry isn't exclusive. It's the one that was in the Quibbler months ago." "Daddy sold it to them," said Luna vaguely, turning a page of the Quibbler. "He's got a very good prize for it, too, so we're going to go on an expedition to Sweden this summer to see if we can catch a crumplehorn snorkack." Hermione seemed to struggle with herself for a moment, then said, "That sounds lovely." Ginny caught Harry's eye and looked away quickly, grinning. "So anyway," said Hermione, sitting up a little straighter and wincing again, "what's going on in school?" "Well, Flitwick's got rid of Fred and George's swamp," said Ginny. "He did it in about 3 seconds, but he left a tiny patch under the window, and he's roped it off." "Why?" said Hermione, looking startled. "Oh, he just says it's a really good bit of magic," said Ginny, shrugging. "I think he left it as a monument to Fred and George," said Ron, through a mouthful of frog. "They sent me all these, you know," he told Harry, pointing at the small mountain of frogs beside him. "Must be doing all right at that joke shop, eh?" Hermione looked rather disapproving and asked, So has all the trouble stopped now Dumbledore's back?" "Yep," said Neville. "Everything's settled right back to normal." "I suppose Filch's happy, is he?" asked Ron, propping a chocolate frog card featuring Dumbledore against his water jug. "Not at all," said Ginny. "He's really, really miserable, actually." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "He keeps saying Umbridge was the best thing that ever happened to Hogwarts." All 6 of them looked round. Professor Umbridge was lying in a bed opposite them, gazing up at the ceiling. Dumbledore had strode alone into the forest to rescue her from the centaurs. How he had done it, how he had emerged from the trees supporting Professor Umbridge without so much as a scratch on him, nobody knew, and Umbridge was certainly not telling. Since she'd returned to the castle, she had not, as far as any of them knew, uttered a single word. No one really knew what was wrong with her either. Her usually neat mousy hair was very untidy, and there were still bits of twigs and leaves in it, but otherwise she seemed quite unscathed. "Madame Pomfrey says she's just in shock," whispered Hermione. "Sulking, more like it," said Ginny. "Yeah, she shows signs of life if you do this," said Ron, and with his tongue he made soft clip-clopping noises. Umbridge sat bolt upright, looking round wildly. "Anything wrong, Professor?" called Madame Pomfrey, poking her head round the office door. No, said Umbridge, sinking back into her pillows. "No, I must have been dreaming." Hermione and Ginny muffled their laughter in the bedclothes. Speaking of centaurs," said Hermione, when she'd recovered a little, "who's the divination teacher now? Is Frenzy staying?" "He's got to," said Harry. "The other centaurs won't take him back, will they?" "It looks like he and Trelawney are going to have to teach. Both of them," said Ginny. "Bet Dumbledore wishes he could get rid of Trelawney for good," said Ron, now munching on his 14th frog. "Mind you, the whole subject's useless if you ask me. Frenzy's isn't a lot better." "How can you say that?"
Hermione demanded, after we've just found out that there are real prophecies. Harry's heart began to race. He had not told Ron, Hermione, or anyone else what the prophecy had contained. Neville had told them it had smashed while Harry was putting him up to the steps of the death room, and Harry had not yet corrected his impression. He was not ready to see their expressions when he told them that he must either be murderer or victim. There was no other way. It's a pity it broke, said Hermione quietly, shaking her head. Yeah, it is, said Ron. Still, at least you know who never found out what was in it either. Where are you going? He added, looking both surprised and disappointed as Harry stood up. Hagrid's, said Harry. You know, he just got back and I promised I'd go down and see him and tell him how you two are. All right, then, said Ron grumpily, looking out of the dormitory window at the patch of bright blue sky ahead. Wish we could come. Say hello to him for us, called Hermione as Harry proceeded down the ward, and ask him what's happening about his... Oh my god. Sorry, guys, animal interruption.
Yeah, just walk over it. He'll move. He's not going to lay on your bed. Oh.
Oh, jeez. That was... Ow! Animals. Terrible. Sorry, guys. Is he leaving now?
Yeah.
Of course he is. All right. Oh my god. All right. Let's wait for Bailey too. Get
Wait
comfortable.
for the baby. All right.
Harry gave a wave of his hand to show he'd heard and understood as he left the dormitory. The castle seemed very quiet for even a Sunday. Everyone was clearly out in the sunny grounds, enjoying the end of their exams and the prospect of the last few days of term, unhampered by revision or homework. Harry walked slowly along the deserted corridor, peering out of windows as he went. He could see people messing around in the air over the Quidditch pitch, and a couple of students swimming in the lake, accompanied by the giant squid. He was finding it hard to decide whether he wanted to be with people or not. Whenever he was in company, he wanted to get away, and whenever he was alone, he wanted company. He thought he might really go and visit Hagrid, though, as he had not talked to him properly since he'd returned. Harry had just descended the marble step into the entrance hall when Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle emerged from a door on the right that Harry knew led down to the Slytherin common room. Harry stopped dead. So did Malfoy and the others. The only sounds were the shouts, laughter, and splashes drifting into the hall from the grounds through the open front doors. Malfoy glanced around. Harry knew he was checking for signs of teachers. Then he looked back at Harry and said in a low voice, "You're dead, Potter." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Funny," he said. "You think I'd have stopped walking around?" Malfoy looked angrier than Harry had ever seen him. He felt a kind of detached satisfaction at the sight of his pale, pointed face, contorted with rage. "You're going to pay," said Malfoy in a voice barely louder than a whisper. "I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to my father." "Well, I'm terrified now," said Harry sarcastically. "I suppose Lord Voldemort's just a warm-up act compared to what you've got. What's the matter?" he added, for Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had all looked stricken at the sound of the name. "He's a mate of your dad, isn't he? Not scared of him, are you?" "You think you're a big man, Potter," said Malfoy, advancing, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. "You wait. I'll have you. You can't land my father in prison." "I thought I just had," said Harry. "The Dementors have left Azkaban," said Malfoy quietly. "Dad and the others will be out in no time." "Yeah, I expect they will," said Harry. "Still, at least everyone knows what scumbags they are now." Malfoy's hand flew toward his wand, but Harry was too quick for him. He'd drawn his own wand before Malfoy's fingers had even centered the pockets of his robes. "Potter!" The voice rang across the entrance hall. Snape had emerged from the staircase leading down to his office, and at the sight of him, Harry felt a great rush of hatred beyond anything he felt towards Malfoy. Whatever Dumbledore said, he would never forgive Snape. Never.
"What are you doing, Potter?" said Snape as coldly as ever as he strode over to the four of them. I'm trying to decide what curse to use on Malfoy, sir," said Harry fiercely. Snape stared at him. "Put that wand away at once," he said curtly. 10 points from Griff. Snape looked toward the giant hourglass on the walls and gave a sneering smile. "Ah, I see there are no longer any points left in the Gryffindor hourglass to take away. In that case, Potter, we will simply have to add some more." Professor McGonagall had just stumped up the stone steps into the castle. She was carrying a tartan carpet bag in one hand and leaning heavily on a walking stick with her other, but otherwise looked quite well. "Professor McGonagall," said Snape, striding forward. "Out of St. Mungo's, I see." "Yes, Professor Snape," said Professor McGonagall, shrugging off her travelling cloak. "I'm quite good as new. You two, Crabbe, Goyle." She beckoned them forward imperiously, and they came, shuffling their large feet and looking awkward. "Here," said Professor McGonagall, thrusting her carpet bag into Crabbe's chest and her cloak into Goyle's. "Take these up to my office for me." They turned and stumped away up the marble staircase. "Right then," said Professor McGonagall, looking up at the hourglasses on the wall. "Well, I think Potter and his friends ought to have 50 points apiece for alerting the world to the return of you-know-who. What say you, Professor Snape?" "Well," snapped Snape, though Harry knew he had heard perfect. "What?" snapped Snape, though Harry knew perfectly well he heard. "Oh, well, I suppose." "So that's 50 points each for Potter, 2 Weasleys, Longbottom, and Miss Granger." And Professor McGonagall, and a shower of rubies fell down into the bottom bulb of Gryffindor's hourglass as she spoke. "Oh, and 50 for Miss Lovegood, I suppose," she added, and a number of sapphires fell into Ravenclaw's glass. "Now, you wanted to take 10 from Mr. Potter, I think, Professor Snape. So there we are." A few rubies retreated back into the upper bulb, leaving a respectable amount below, nevertheless. "Well, Potter, Malfoy, I think you ought to be outside on a glorious day like this," Professor McGonagall continued briskly. Harry did not need telling twice. He thrust his wand back inside his robes and headed straight for the front doors without another glance at Snape and Malfoy. The hot sun hit him with a blast as he walked across the lawns towards Hagrid's cabin. Students lying around in the grass, sunbathing, reading the Sunday Prophet and eating sweets, looking up at him as he passed. Some called out to him or else waved, clearly eager to show that they, like the Prophet, had decided he was something of a hero. Harry said nothing to any of them. He had no idea how much they knew of what had happened there 3 days ago, but he had so far avoided being questioned and preferred to keep it that way. He thought at first when he knocked on Hagrid's cabin door that he was out, but then Fang came charging round the corner and almost bowled him over with the enthusiasm of his welcome. Hagrid, it transpired, was picking runner beans in his back garden. "All right, Harry," he said, beaming when Harry approached the fence. Come on, we'll have a cup of dandelion juice." "How's things?" Hagrid asked him as they settled down at his wooden table with a glass apiece of iced juice. You feeling all right, are you?" Harry knew from the look of concern on Hagrid's face that he was not referring to Harry's physical well-being. "I'm fine," said Harry quickly, because he could not bear to discuss the thing he knew was in Hagrid's mind. "So where have you been?" "Been hiding out in the mountains," said Hagrid. "Up in a cave like Sirius did when he—" Hagrid broke off, cleared his throat gruffly, looked at Harry and took a long draught of juice. "Anyway, back now," he said feebly. You look better," said Harry, who was determined to keep the conversation moving away from Sirius. "What?" said Hagrid, raising a massive hand and feeling his face. Oh, yeah. Well, Groppy's loads better behaved now, loads. Seems right pleased to see me when I got back, to tell you the truth. He's a good lad, really. I've been thinking about trying to find him a lady friend, actually." Harry would normally have tried to persuade Hagrid out of this idea at once. The prospect of a second giant taking up residence in the forest, possibly even wilder and more brutal than Grop, was positively alarming. But somehow Harry could not muster the energy necessary to argue the point. He was starting to wish he was alone again, and with the idea of hastening his departure, he took several large gulps of his dandelion juice, half emptying the glass. "Everyone knows you've been telling the truth now, Harry,"
said Hagrid softly and unexpectedly. "That's got to be better, hasn't it?" Harry shrugged. "Look." Hagrid leaned toward him across the table. "I knew Sirius longer than you did. He died in battle, and that's the way he would have wanted to go." "He didn't want to go at all," said Harry angrily. Hagrid bowed his great shaggy head. "No, I don't reckon he did," he said quietly. "But still, Harry, he was never one to sit around at home and let other people do the fighting. He couldn't have lived with himself if he hadn't gone to help." Harry leapt up. "I've got to go and visit Ron and Hermione in the hospital wing," he said mechanically. "Oh," said Hagrid, looking rather upset. Oh, all right then, Harry. Take care of yourself then and drop back if you have a Yeah, right." Harry crossed to the door as fast as he could and pulled it open. He was out in the sunshine again before Hagrid had finished saying goodbye and was walking across the lawn. Once again, people called out to him as he passed. He closed his eyes for a few moments, wishing they would all just vanish, that he could open his eyes and find himself alone in the grounds. A few days ago, before his exams had finished and he had seen the vision Voldemort had planted in his mind, he would have given almost anything for the wizarding world to know that he'd been telling the truth, for them to believe that Voldemort was back, and to know that he was neither a liar nor mad. Now, however, he walked a short way around the lake, sat down on its bank, sheltered from the gaze of passers-by behind a tangle of shrubs, and stared out over at the gleaming water, thinking. Perhaps the reason he wanted to be alone was because he felt isolated from everyone since his talk with Dumbledore. An invisible barrier separated him from the rest of the world. He had always been, a marked man. It was just that he'd never really understood what that meant. And yet sitting here on the edge of the lake with the terrible weight of grief dragging at him, with the loss of Sirius so raw and fresh inside, he could not mutter any great sense of fear. It was sunny, and the grounds around him were full of laughing people, and even though he felt as distant from them as though he belonged to a different race, it was still very hard to believe as he sat here that his life must include, or end, in murder. He sat there for a long time, gazing out at the water, trying not to think about his godfather, or to remember that it was directly across from here, on the opposite bank, that Sirius had once collapsed, trying to fend off 100 Death Eaters. The sun had set before he realized he was cold. He got up and returned to the castle, wiping his face on his sleeve as he went. Ron and Hermione left the hospital wing completely cured 3 days before the end of term. Hermione kept showing signs of wanting to talk about Sirius, but Ron tended to make hushing noises every time she mentioned his name. Harry was still not sure whether or not he wanted to talk about his godfather yet. His wishes varied with his mood. He knew one thing, though. Unhappy as he felt at the moment, he would greatly miss Hogwarts in a few days' time when he was back at number 4 Privet Drive. Even though he now understood exactly why he had to return there every summer, he didn't feel any better about it. Indeed, he had never dreaded his return more. Professor Umbridge left Hogwarts the day before the end of term. It seemed she had crept out of the hospital wing during dinner time, evidently hoping to depart undetected, but unfortunately for her, she met Peeves on the way, who seized his last chance to do as Fred had instructed and chased her gleefully from the premises, whacking her alternately with a walking stick and a sock full of chalk. Many students ran out into the entrance hall to watch her running away down the path, and the heads of houses tried only half-heartedly to restrain them. Indeed, Professor McGonagall sank back into a chair at the staff table after a few feeble remonstrances, and was clearly heard to express a regret that she could not run cheering after Umbridge herself because Peeves had borrowed her walking stick. Their last evening at school arrived. Most people had finished packing and were already heading down to the end of term leaving feast, but Harry had not even started. "Just do it tomorrow," said Ron, who was waiting by the door of their dormitory. "Come on, I'm starving." "I won't be long. Look, you go ahead." But when the dormitory door closed behind Ron, Harry made no effort to speed up his packing. The very last thing he wanted to do was to attend the leaving feast. He was worried that Dumbledore would make some references to him in his speech. He was sure to mention Voldemort's return. He had talked to them about it last year, after all. Harry pulled some crumpled robes out of the very bottom of his trunk to make way for folded ones, and as he did so, noticed a badly wrapped package lying in a corner of it. He could not think what it was doing there.
He bent down, pulled it out from underneath his trainers, and examined it. He realized what it was within seconds. Sirius had given it to him just inside the front door of number 12 Grimmauld Place.
Use it if you need me, all right?
Harry sank down onto his bed and unwrapped the package. Out fell a small square mirror. It looked old. It was certainly dirty. Harry held it up to his face and saw his own reflection looking back at him. He turned the mirror over. There on the reverse side was a scribbled note from Sirius. This is a two-way mirror. I've got the other one of the pair. If you need to speak to me, just say my name into it. You'll appear in my mirror and I'll be able to talk in yours. James and I used to use this when we were in separate detentions. Harry's heart began to race. He remembered seeing his dead parents in the Mirror of Erised 4 years ago. He was going to be able to talk to Sirius again, right now. He knew it. He looked around the room to make sure no one else was there. The dormitory was quite empty. He looked back at the mirror and raised it in front of his face with trembling hands and said, loudly and clearly, "Sirius!" His breath misted the surface of the glass. He held the mirror closer, excitement flooding through him, but the eyes blinking back at him through the fog were definitely his own. He wiped the mirror clean again and said that so every syllable rang clearly through the room. "Sirius Black!" Nothing happened. The frustrated face looking back out of the mirror was still definitely his own. "Sirius didn't have his mirror on him when he went to the archway," said a small voice in Harry's head. "That's why it's not working." Harry remained quite still for a moment, then hurled the mirror back into the trunk where it shattered. He had been convinced for a whole shining minute that he was going to see Sirius, talk to him again. Disappointment was burning in his throat. He got up and began throwing his things pell-mell into the trunk on top of the broken mirror. But then an idea struck him. A better idea than a mirror. A much bigger, more important idea. How had he never thought of it before? Why had he never asked? He was sprinting out of the dormitory and down the spiral staircase, hitting the walls as he ran, and barely noticing. He hurtled across the empty common room, through the portrait hall, and off along the corridor, ignoring the fat lady who called after him. "The feast is about to start, you know. You're cutting it very fine." But Harry had no intention of going to the feast. How could it be that this place was full of ghosts whenever you didn't need one? Yet now... He ran down staircases and along corridors and met nobody, either alive or dead. They were all clearly in the great hall. Outside his charms classroom, he came to a halt, panting, and thinking disconsolately that he would have to wait until after the end of the feast. But just as he'd given up hope, he saw it, a translucent somebody drifting off at the end of the corridor. "Hey, Nick! Nick!" The ghost stuck its head back out of the wall, revealing the extravagantly plumed hat and dangerous wobbling head of Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. "Good evening," he said, withdrawing the rest of his body from the solid stone and smiling at Harry. "I am not the only one who is late, then, though," he sighed, "in a rather different sense, of course." "Nick, can I ask you something?" A most peculiar expression stole over nearly headless Nick's face as he inserted a finger into the stiff ruff at his neck and tugged it a little tighter, apparently to give himself thinking time. He desisted only when his partially severed neck seemed about to give way completely. "Now, Harry," said Nick, looking discomfited. "Can't it wait until after the feast?" "No, Nick, please," said Harry. "I really need to talk to you. Can we go in here?" Harry opened the door to the nearest classroom, and nearly headless Nick sighed. "Oh, very well," he said, looking resigned. "I can't pretend I haven't been expecting this." Harry was holding the door open from him, but he drifted through the wall instead. "Expecting what?" Harry asked as he closed the door. "You to come and find me," said Nick, now gliding over to the window and looking out at the dampening grounds. "It happens sometimes when somebody has suffered a loss." "Well," said Harry, refusing to be deflected. "You were right. I've come to find you." Nick said nothing. "It's," said Harry, who was finding it more awkward than he had anticipated. "It's just, you're dead. But you're still here, aren't you?" Nick sighed and continued to gaze out at the ground. Oh my goodness, animals.
We're almost there too, aren't we?
Yeah, we're almost done.
coming in.
Yeah, we are pretty much like.
He was just checking on.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's in. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Nick said nothing. It's, said Harry, who was finding this more awkward than he'd anticipated. It's just, you're dead. But you're still here, aren't you? Nick sighed and continued to gaze out at the grounds. That's right, isn't it? Harry urged him. You died, but I'm talking to you. You can walk round Hogwarts and everything, can't you? Yes, said nearly headless Nick quietly. I walk and talk, yes. So, you came back, didn't you? Said Harry urgently. People can come back, right? As ghosts. They don't have to disappear completely. Well, he added impatiently when Nick continued to say nothing. Nearly headless Nick hesitated, then said, Not everyone can come back as a ghost. What do you mean? Said Harry quickly. Only wizards. Oh, said Harry, and he almost laughed with relief. Oh, well, that's okay then. The person I'm asking about is a wizard, so he can come back, right? Nick turned away from the window and looked mournfully at Harry. He won't come back. Who? Sirius Black, said Nick. But you did, said Harry angrily. You came back. You're dead, and you didn't disappear. Wizards can leave an imprint of themselves upon the earth to walk palely where the living selves once tread, said Nick miserably. But very few wizards choose that path. Why not? Said Harry. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Sirius won't care if it's unusual. He'll come back. I know he will. And so strong was his belief, Harry actually turned his head to check the door, sure, for a split second, that he was about to see Sirius, pearly white and transparent, but beaming, walking through it toward him. He will not come back, repeated Nick. He will have gone on. What do you mean, gone on? Said Harry quickly. Gone on where? Listen, what happens when you die anyway? Where do you go? Why doesn't everyone come back? Why isn't this place full of ghosts? Why? I cannot answer, said Nick. You're dead, aren't you? Said Harry exasperatedly. Who can answer better than you? I was afraid of death, said Nick softly. I chose to remain behind. I sometimes wonder whether I oughtn't to have... Well, that is neither here nor there. In fact, I am neither here nor there. He gave a small, sad chuckle. I know nothing of the secrets of death, Harry, for I chose my feeble imitation of life instead. I believe learned wizards study the matter in the Department of Mysteries. Don't talk to me about that place, said Harry fiercely. I am sorry I have not been more help, said Nick gently. Well, do excuse me. The feast, you know. And he left the room, leaving Harry there alone, gazing blankly at the wall through which Nick had disappeared. Harry felt almost as though he'd lost his godfather all over again, in losing the hope that he might be able to speak to him or see him once more. He walked slowly and miserably back up through the empty castle, wondering whether he would ever feel cheerful again. He'd turned the corner toward the fat lady's corridor when he saw someone up ahead fastening a note to a board on the wall. A second glance showed him it was Luna. There were no good hiding places nearby. She was bound to have heard his footsteps, and in any case, Harry could hardly muster the energy to avoid anyone in the moment. Hello, said Luna vaguely, glancing around him as she stepped back from the notice. How come you're not at the feast? Harry asked. Well, I've lost all my possessions, said Luna serenely. People take them and hide them, you know. But as it's the last night, I really do need them back, so I've been putting up signs. She gestured up at the notice board, upon which, sure enough, she had pinned a list of all her missing books and clothes with a plea for their return. An odd feeling rose in Harry, an emotion quite different from the anger and grief that filled him since Sirius's death. It was a few moments before he realized he was feeling sorry for Luna. How can people hide your stuff? He asked her, frowning. Oh, well, she shrugged. I think it's because they think I'm a bit odd, you know. Some people call me Loony Lovegood, actually. Harry looked at her, and the feeling of pity intensified rather painfully. That's no reason to take your things, he said flatly. Do you want help finding them? Oh, no, she said, smiling at him. They'll come back. They always do in the end. It's just that I wanted to pack tonight. Anyway, why aren't you at the feast? Harry shrugged. Just didn't feel like it. No, said Luna, observing him with those oddly misty, protuberant eyes. I don't suppose you do. That man the Death Eaters killed was your godfather, wasn't he? Ginny told me. Harry nodded curtly, but found that for some reason he did not mind Luna talking about Sirius. He had just remembered that she, too, could see the Thestrals. Have you... he began. I mean, who... Has anyone you've known ever died? Yes, said Luna simply. My mother. She was quite an extraordinary witch, you know, but she did like to experiment, and one of her spells went rather badly wrong one day. I was 9. I'm sorry, Harry mumbled. Yeah, it was rather horrible, said Luna conversationally. I still feel very sad about it sometimes. But I've still got Dad. And anyway, it's not as though I'll never see Mum again, is it? Isn't it? Said Harry uncertainly. She shook her head in disbelief. Oh, come on. You heard them, just beyond the veil, didn't you? You mean, in that room with the archway? They were just lurking out of sight. That's all. You heard them. They looked at each other. Luna was smiling slightly. Harry did not know what to say or to think. Luna believed so many extraordinary things. Yet he had been sure he heard the voices behind the veil too. Are you sure you don't want me to help you look for your stuff? He said. Oh, no, said Luna. No, I think I'll just go down and have some pudding and wait for it to all turn up. It always does in the end. Well, have a nice holiday, Harry. Yeah, you too. She walked away from him, and as he watched her go, he found that the terrible weight in his stomach seemed to have lessened slightly. The journey home on the Hogwarts Express next day was eventful in several ways. Firstly, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, who had certainly been waiting all week for the opportunity to strike without teachers witnessing, attempted to ambush Harry halfway down the train as he made his way back from the toilet. The attack might have succeeded had it not been for the fact that they unwittingly chose to stage the attack right outside a compartment full of DA members, who saw what was happening through the glass and rose at once to rush to Harry's aid. By the time Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Anthony Goldstein, and Terry Boot had finished using a wide variety of hexes and jinxes Harry taught them, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle resembled nothing so much as 3 gigantic slugs squeezed into Hogwarts uniforms, as Harry, Ernie and Justin hoisted them into the luggage rack and left them there to ooze. I must say, I'm looking forward to seeing Malfoy's mother's face when he gets off that train, said Ernie with some satisfaction as he watched Malfoy squirm above him. Ernie had never quite got over the indignity of Malfoy docking points from Hufflepuff during his brief spell as a member of the Inquisitorial Squad. Goyle's mum will be pleased, though, said Ron, who had come to investigate the source of the commotion. He's loads better looking now. Anyway, Harry, the food trolley's just stopped if you want anything. Harry thanked the others and accompanied Ron back to their compartment, where he bought a large pile of cauldron cakes and pumpkin pasties. Hermione was reading the Daily Prophet again, Ginny was doing a quiz in the Quibbler, and Neville was stroking his Mimbulus Mimbletonia, which had grown a great deal over the year and now made odd crooning noises when touched. Harry and Ron whiled away most of the journey playing wizard chess, while Hermione read out snippets from the Prophet. It was now full of articles about how to repel Dementors, attempts by the Ministry to track down Death Eaters, and hysterical letters claiming that the writer had seen Lord Voldemort walking past their house that morning. It hasn't even started yet, said Hermione gloomily, folding up the newspaper paper again. But it won't be long now. Hey, Harry, said Ron softly, nodding toward the glass window on the corridor. Harry looked round. Cho was passing, accompanied by Marietta Edgecombe, who was wearing a balaclava. His and Cho's eyes met for a moment. Cho blushed and kept walking. Harry looked back down at the chessboard just in time to see one of his pawns chased off its square by Ron's knight. What's going on with you and her anyway? Ron asked quietly. Nothing, said Harry truthfully.
I heard she's going out with someone else now, said Hermione tentatively.
Harry was surprised to find that this information did not hurt at all. Wanting to impress Cho seemed to have belonged to a past that was no longer quite connected with him. So much of what he wanted before Sirius's death felt that way these days. The week that had elapsed since he'd last seen Sirius seemed to have lasted so much longer, and it stretched across 2 universes, the one with Sirius in it, and the one without.
You're well out of it, mate, said Ron forcefully. I mean, she's quite good looking and all that, but you want someone a bit more cheerful.
She's probably more cheerful enough for someone else, said Harry, shrugging.
Who's she with now, anyway? Ron asked Hermione, but it was Ginny who answered.
Michael Corner, she said. Michael, but, said Ron, craning in his seat to stare at her.
But weren't you going out with him?
Not any more, said Ginny resolutely. He didn't like Gryffindor beating Ravenclaw at Quidditch and got really sulky, so I ditched him and he ran off to comfort Cho instead. She scratched her nose absently with the end of her quill, turned the quibbler upside down, and began marking her answers. Ron looked highly delighted.
Well, I always thought he was a bit of an idiot,
he said, prodding his queen forward toward Harry's quivering castle.
Good for you. Just choose someone better next time.
He cast Harry an oddly furtive look as he said it.
Well, I've chosen Dean Thomas. Would you say he's better? Said Ginny vaguely.
What? Shouted Ron, upending the chessboard. Crookshanks went plunging after the pieces, and Hedwig and Pidwidgeon twittered and hooted angrily from overhead. As the train slowed down in the approach of King's Cross, Harry thought he'd never wanted to less. He wondered fleetingly what would happen if he simply refused to get off, but remained stubbornly sitting there until the 1st of September, when it would take him back to Hogwarts. When it finally puffed to a standstill, however, he lifted down Hedwig's cage and prepared to drag his trunk from the train as usual. When the ticket inspector signaled to Harry, Ron, and Hermione that it was safe to walk through the magical barrier between platforms 9 and 10, however, he found a surprise waiting for him on the other side. A group of people standing there to greet him who he had not expected at all. There was Mad-Eye Moody, looking quite as sinister with his bowler hat pulled low over his magical eye as he would have done without it, his gnarled hands clutching a long staff, his body wrapped in a voluminous travelling cloak. Tonks stood just beside him, her bright bubblegum pink hair gleaming in the sunlight, filtering through the dirty glass of the station ceiling, wearing heavily patched jeans and a bright purple t-shirt bearing the legend, The Weird Sisters. Next to Tonks was Lupin, his face pale, his hair greying, a long and threadbare overcoat covering a shabby jumper and trousers. At the front of the group stood Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, dressed in their muggle best, and Fred and George, who were both wearing brand new jackets in some lurid green, scaly material.
"Ron! Ginny!"
called Mrs. Weasley, hurrying forward and hugging her children tightly.
"Oh, and Harry, dear, how are you?"
"Fine," lied Harry as she pulled him into a tight embrace. Over her shoulder he saw Ron goggling at the twins' new clothes.
"What are those supposed to be?"
he asked, pointing at the jackets. "Fine as dragon skin, little bro," said Fred, giving his zip a little tweak. "Business is booming, and we thought we'd treat ourselves."
"Hello, Harry,"
said Lupin, as Mrs. Weasley let go of Harry and turned to greet Hermione.
"Hi," said Harry.
"I didn't expect... What are you all doing here?"
"Well," said Lupin with a slight smile, "we thought we might have a chat with your aunt and uncle before letting them take you home."
"I don't know if that's a good idea," said Harry at once.
"Oh, I think it is,"
growled Moody, who had limped a little closer.
"That'll be them, will it, Potter?"
He pointed his thumb over his shoulder. His magical eye was evidently peering through the back of his head in his bowler hat. Harry leaned an inch or so to the left to see where Mad-Eye was pointing, and there, sure enough, were the 3 Dursleys, who looked positively appalled to see Harry's reception committee.
"Ah, Harry,"
said Mr. Weasley, turning from Hermione's parents, who he had just greeted enthusiastically, and who were now taking it in turns to hug Hermione. "Well, shall we do it then?"
"Yeah, I reckon so, Arthur,"
said Moody. He and Mr. Weasley took the lead across the station toward the Dursleys, who were apparently rooted to the floor. Hermione disengaged herself gently from her mother to join the group. "Good afternoon," said Mr. Weasley pleasantly to Uncle Vernon as he came to a halt right in front of him. "You might remember me. My name's Arthur Weasley.
As Mr. Weasley had single-handedly demolished most of the Dursleys' living room 2 years previously, Harry would have been very surprised if Uncle Vernon had forgotten him. Sure enough, Uncle Vernon turned a deeper shade of puce and glared at Mr. Weasley, but chose not to say anything, partly perhaps because the Dursleys were outnumbered 2-1. Aunt Petunia looked both frightened and embarrassed. She kept glancing around as though terrified someone she knew would see her in such company. Dudley, meanwhile, seemed to be trying to look small and insignificant, a feat at which he was failing extravagantly. "We thought we might just have a few words with you about Harry," said Mr. Weasley, smiling. "Yeah," growled Moody. "About how he's treated when he's at your place." Uncle Vernon's moustache seemed to bristle with indignation, possibly because the bowler hat gave him the entirely mistaken impression that he was dealing with a kindred spirit. He addressed himself to Moody. "I am not aware that it is any of your business what goes on in my house." "I expect what you're not aware of would fill several books, Dursley," growled Moody. "Anyway, that's not the point," interjected Tonks, whose pink hair seemed to offend Aunt Petunia more than all the rest put together, for she closed her eyes rather than look at her. "The point is, if we find out you've been honourable to Harry—" "And make no mistake, we will hear about it," added Lupin pleasantly. "Yes," said Mr. Weasley, "even if you won't let Harry use the Fellytone." "Telephone," whispered Hermione. "Yeah, if we get any hint that Potter's been mistreated in any way, you'll have us to answer to," said Moody. Uncle Vernon swelled ominously. His sense of outrage seemed to overweigh even his fear of this great bunch of oddballs. "Are you threatening me?" he said so loudly that passers-by actually turned to stare. "Yes, I am," said Mad-Eye, who seemed rather pleased that Uncle Vernon had grasped this fact so quickly. "And do I look like the kind of man who can be intimidated?" barked Uncle Vernon. "Well," said Moody, pushing back his bowler hat to reveal his sinisterly revolving magical eye. Uncle Vernon leapt backwards in horror and collided painfully with a luggage trolley. "Yes, I'd have to say you do, Dursley." He turned from Uncle Vernon to Harry. "So, Potter, give us a shout if you need us. If we don't hear from you for 3 days in a row, we'll send someone along." Aunt Petunia whimpered piteously. It could not have been plainer that she was thinking of what the neighbours would say if they caught sight of these people marching up the garden path. "Boy then, Potter," said Moody, grasping Harry's shoulder for a moment with a gnarled hand. "Take care, Harry," said Lupin quietly. "Keep in touch." "Harry, we'll have you away from there as soon as we can," Mrs. Weasley whispered, hugging him again. "We'll see you soon, mate," Ron said anxiously, shaking Harry's hand. "Really soon, Harry," said Hermione earnestly. "We promise." Harry nodded. He somehow could not find words to tell them what it meant to them, to see them all ranged there on his side. Instead, he smiled, raised a hand in farewell, turned around and led the way out to the station toward the sunlit street, with Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley hurrying along in his wake.
That was a great way to end it. Threaten the Dursleys.
"Are you threatening me?"
Yes. Yes, I am.
I'm glad we're speaking the same language here.
Glad you're picking up what I'm throwing down here, Dursley. You're not as dumb as you look. Well, maybe.
I feel like we got a lot of information in those last 2 chapters. Finally getting some information.
Yes. Sorry, I was reading what the people are saying.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Yeah. You get a lot of information at the end of this book. Yes. And we are done with Order of the Phoenix, everybody. It is finished.
Complete.
Yeah.
Finite. Which means, I guess, Monday will be the first chapter of...
Yeah. What now? Monday will be the premiere of the first chapter of Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince.
Does the Half-Blood Prince him or Voldemort?
I can't believe we've gotten through the first 5 books already either. It's crazy that we're so close to being done with the series. It's nuts.
Yeah, only 2 more.
I just can't believe we got through 5 so fast, because when we started this, I was like, oh my god, 5 is the longest book. It's going to take us forever. Yada, yada, yada. But
And the only disappointing piece of information is that we no longer have the Slytherin editions to read.
yes, we will not be able to read the British editions of the books to finish the series. Oh, we will have to read my American copy.
Because they have not released the Slytherin editions yet.
So when we listen to this, or when you guys listen to this, it'll be slightly different because there will be American phrasings and things in there.
Oh, there's a dark mark.
Yes.
Looks nothing like what's on our cups.
Hey, I'm not dissing our versions. I grew up with those. Hang on. I just gotta put this back. I really want to put this back. It's driving me nuts that I got it. It needs to be like done and put away. Sorry, everybody. No, not so authentic. Yeah, these last 2 chapters were just kind of like an information dump.
Yeah, it was.
Mingled with extreme sad.
Mainly the previous chapter was information dump. Where Dumbledore just tells you exactly why everything that has happened.
Yes.
Up
Yes.
until this point.
Yes.
Why he has to stay with the Dursleys and why he didn't tell Harry.
Yep.
Which I guess I can understand.
Why Harry has the scar, and isn't it just so interesting that Neville was the other possibility?
Yeah. That would have been great. That would still be great if... Well, Dumbledore said that Harry's marked, but it would have been great if that was like the total switch around. We think Harry's going to defeat Voldemort, but in the end, it was Neville all along.
Heather wants to know if you thought Harry Potter was going to be this intense.
Yes and no. I didn't think it was going to be this intense on my own, but after talking about it for like 15 minutes with this one, I kind of got the idea that it'd be that intense. Because I think one of the first things you told me about it is everyone thinks it's a kid book. It's not a kid's book. It gets so crazy.
Yeah.
So kind of. I expected it. But only because the way she's reacted about it.
It's because I love it so much. So much. See how much bigger the writing is?
Mm-hmm.
Man. Do they give a...
I wonder how much the phrasing is going to change.
Well, somebody said, oh, someone pointed out, and Katie's like, I will let you know what the differences are as we read
nice.
the book.
Yeah, that'll be perfect. That'll be really interesting to find out.
I don't think the Slytherin edition for this is coming out probably for another couple of years. So
Oh,
I think it's going to be a hot minute. Yes, some new characters coming up. That's for sure.
oh, more characters.
Oh yeah.
Well, I guess we need a new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher.
Yeah, probably gonna need a new one of them, huh?
Oh, it was great how she got chased out. I love McGonagall. I just love McGonagall.
Oh, I know. She gave Peeves that walking stick.
Yeah, she's... Oh, man, she might... I know I was talking about Dumbledore being my favorite character, but McGonagall is just so... She's neck with him. I love her whole person. It's just great.
She's awesome.
She's so strict, but then that just makes it those scenes where she just says, well, I would chase her myself, but Peeves is using my walking stick.
Yep.
That's that much better.
She's amazing. I also love that Flitwick kept just a little patch of the swamp magic because it was just great magic.
Mm-hmm.
Just goes to show you how good Fred and George really are.
Well, apparently they're doing great. Brand new dragon skin coats.
They're rolling in money.
Yeah.
I forgot who the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher is next year. Yeah. Don't spoil that at all. No one spoil the Defense Against the Dark Arts information.
Another awful person, probably.
I've read the stuff on McGonagall's background. Her life was so sad. It's very
You've told
sad.
me
Yeah.
McGonagall's background.
Yes. I read it. I told him. It was sad.
It's very sad.
The thing that annoys me about the book is that Fudge and Umbridge don't end up in Azkaban. The powerful never end up in prison. Come on.
I was gonna say, and they control all that. So it's like, what are you gonna do?
I love
And there's no Dementors, so there really isn't any prison for them to go to.
Right. I think Malfoy's a little upset about his dad.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think he's a little pissed off.
I think it's so funny. Whenever it comes to Malfoy, it's always something to do with slugs.
It is. It has been, hasn't it? Ron started it with eat slugs, Malfoy.
And now he is a slug himself.
Yeah, it is. It is realistic that they don't end up in Azkaban. Because if you would put this in the real world, they wouldn't end up in Azkaban.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hello, what's going on right now? No one's going to prison for anything that they should definitely go to prison for. So,
I want to know what happened to Umbridge, though, out in the forest with the centaurs.
what did they do to her?
Yeah.
What did they do? The world will never know. I have questions for J.K. Rowling, but that is one of the biggest questions. Like, what did they do to her in the forest?
I don't know. She hears clipping and clopping and freaks out.
She's just
now.
like, oh, PTSD. They gave her PTSD. What did they do to her?
Just have Monty Python, the Holy Grail, playing on a loop for the coconuts.
The coconuts. They just need to hire someone to follow her all the time with the coconuts. All the time.
Yeah, and then Dumbledore just goes in there and carries her out.
Yeah.
Like, is he on that good of terms with the centaurs that the centaurs were just like, all right? Or did Dumbledore pull some crazy magic? Or maybe a little bit of both. Maybe they just respect him so much as a powerful wizard that's... I'm surprised Neville never mentioned anything about seeing the Thestrals.
I think Luna is a very deep thinking individual, and you see the compassion really come out in Harry too, because he like genuinely starts to feel bad for her. He spends the whole book thinking like she's a little weird. Then he finds out like people are always picking on her and taking her stuff, and he's just like, it's terrible.
Yeah, the beginning of the book, he's like, haha, loony Luna.
Yeah.
Now he's like, oh, who would say that? What jerks?
I think it's a testament to how wonderful Harry is as a person. Just saying.
I think it's a testament just to how far he came in this book.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the beginning, he was that person, like, oh, Looney Lovegood.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's like, God, jerks, whoever did that.
Yep. I love Luna Lovegood. I don't know. She's so great. Oh, everything comes back in the end. It's okay.
And God, people at Hogwarts move on real quick. Talk about that. Like, how long was Ginny broken up with, what's his name?
Michael Corner.
Yeah. Now he's dating someone else. She's dating someone else.
He's dating Cho, who was dating Harry, who was crying all the time over Cedric.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's dating Dean Thomas.
Ron's not happy about it either.
No, he's not. What is dating like at Hogwarts? Good lord.
It's magical.
I would imagine it probably
Ba-dum.
is.
Tss.
I would like to date at Hogwarts. It sounds like it's probably a good time. Magic in the air everywhere you look around. Yeah, he does have a lot of compassion. He's a bullied kid, so he knows what he knows what it feels like to be Luna because he was Luna to Dudley for how long?
Yeah.
And he still deals with that crap with Malfoy. Someone I know critically mentions how everything comes around in time. They haven't opened up to me yet, and I'm not going to push it, but Luna just gave me some insight. Hey, that's awesome. That's good
There
that
you go.
the books are helping you deal with a real life situation and how to handle it the right way. That's awesome.
+1 for the books there.
So, what do you think of the prophecy?
Oh, that Harry or Voldemort, one of them has to kill the other.
Right. Neither can live while the other survives.
Mm-hmm. So are neither of them actually alive?
No, they're both alive.
I don't know. Well, they're like connected, so I didn't know if like they weren't completely alive. They're like this combined
Symbiotic thing.
life force thing going on. But yeah, it's gonna come down to a duel of Avada Kedavras.
This book is going to delve into that concept. So
Is this the one where we start learning the wands, or 7's the one where we start?
7
learning
is about the wands. 7 is about the wands.
Okay, so this one we're gonna learn about what Harry has to do to actually kill Voldemort.
Yes.
Okay.
This is
Because
also
it seems like it's not very easy to kill the man, because he just becomes a spirit and flies off to Romania or Albania, wherever it was,
and then he comes back.
and hides out for a few years and comes back. Do you think he has like a little nest or cottage out there, just like his safe house? It's like, oh, back to this.
You will learn about what Harry has to do to kill Voldemort, and you will also learn so much about Voldemort.
You say that like it's a good thing.
It's wonderful. It's great. This book solidified my love for Voldemort. Are you kidding me?
Why?
Because it's great.
I guess I can't ask why, because I would give away the book, but still.
Because Voldemort is such a great character. That's why.
I don't doubt that, but I don't like him.
So, how did you like 4 or 5 in comparison to 1 through 4?
I definitely like this one because I think I like this one best for the simple reason that I had more questions answered than in the other ones. The other one just sparked my questions, which sucked because I can't go and look them up or anything or find anything out. As I would probably do in a normal reading circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
For the channel, obviously, I don't.
Right.
And that just eats away at me. So far, I think this one's the best.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I kind of did like the last one. I think I liked the characters more in the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moody and
yeah.
Crumb and Fleur and all the foreign wizards. Madame Maxime and her big bones.
Yeah, they're all very unique and diverse. In this one, it was like all the characters we were introduced to, you were supposed to hate.
Yeah.
Like Fudge becomes a very big character. You hate him. Umbridge, obviously, you hate her.
Yeah.
Even do a pretty good job of making you hate Harry a little bit.
Poor Harry. It's a rough year.
It was. But didn't mean he had to have the caps lock on the whole year.
He's very upset. So if 7 is about wands, 6 is about spirits, what's the rest of it about? Death and love. That's what it's about.
Okay, there you go.
That was my gut reaction.
Maybe you should
to
have
that.
put a spoiler on that, because I think that just ruined the entire story.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure.
Death and love.
I don't know. I think all that information is just very interesting about the blood magic protection that Dumbledore put in place.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting because now Voldemort has that blood flowing in his veins.
Yes. So that no longer protects Harry. Wait, does that mean that Harry...
No, it does. He could still go back to the Dursleys.
Okay. I was just about to ask, like, wait, if he has his blood in him, shouldn't it?
The spell still, what Dumbledore did still applies to, like, Harry being safe at the Dursleys.
Okay.
Hmm.
I guess. Were you going to go anywhere else with that?
No, I was just
Did you
making
bring
a
it-
point.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to...
5
continue
is
on.
a phoenix. Everything dies and is reincarnated, figuratively speaking. Hey.
Yeah.
Harry himself very much is a phoenix. It's his Negretto book where he is
He's...
torn all the way down to build himself back up.
I feel like this is his transition from childhood to adulthood.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the book where that happens.
Yeah. Katie just said it. 5 is about being broken down and built back up. Sirius dies, but Luna joins. People believe Harry. He's not alone anymore. Harry now also carries the full weight of his relationship with Voldemort.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
that,
his responsibilities.
and
to-
that one of them is going to have to kill the other one.
Yep.
And for the Wizarding World's sake, I'm assuming they're going to hope it's Harry that kills Voldemort, not the other way around. And yes, we lost Sirius. From book 3, he was like one of my favorite characters, vying for top spot with Snape at certain points.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, I liked him. He was definitely a good character, one of my favorites, but I don't know if I put him up there.
I think it was partially because my teenage self was like in love with him a little bit.
Oh, maybe.
You ever fall in love with a fictional character? I think I fell in love with Sirius a little bit when I was like 13, 14.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I loved him. I don't know.
I don't know. He wasn't in the story enough for me to grow that sort of bond with him.
It wasn't.
He was in this book a lot.
Yeah.
And he was technically in the 3rd book quite a bit, but you didn't know who he was.
Right.
And then the 4th book, he kind of popped in and out.
He's in it like twice or something. 2 scenes with him.
It was basically letters, was when you heard from Sirius.
And they visit him in the cave once. And that's about it. Katie says, I liked Sirius when I was a kid, but now I see more of his flaws. I understand Sirius a lot more now as an adult, for sure. About his depression, his stunted emotional growth, and all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
It's also very interesting that he is named after the star Sirius, which is one of the brightest stars in the sky, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like as a person, he just burned very brightly. He was very passionate. And I'm going to wax poetic a little bit that maybe he just burned too brightly to last very long in this world.
Since we're going on a somber note, I don't want to make Harry feel any worse, but had he opened that present from Sirius a little sooner, could have probably avoided all this.
Yeah, the
Like,
mirror,
that must have hurt.
the mirror thing. Yeah, that.
If only he had opened that a few weeks prior.
Yeah, the mirror thing. But isn't that always? I think that's in there because a lot of people have those kinds of things. Well, only if I'd have just knew I could have done this. That like regret thing about losing someone. But yeah, if Harry had just opened that,
or remembered Sirius telling him, if you ever needed to contact me, use
this thing that I've had this whole time that I never once used.
I mean, I completely forgot about it.
See, I've always been attracted to men. I've never really been like a teeny bopper kind of like I was 13, like I just was in love with men. I didn't want teenage boys. I don't know. I never really liked teenage boys. I never liked men my own age, boys my own age. I don't know. Like when I was 13, I was in love with Alan Rickman. I was, and it never went away. Like, oh, the mirror thing. I know it's,
and now
it's broken. He broke it.
Well, it wasn't going to serve him any good at this point.
Well, I guess so. Yeah, older men. I don't know. They're what's up. Creature. How about Creature? Do you hate Creature now? Or do you understand Creature? Or do you think he's a dick?
He's a dick.
I knew you were going to say that. I have sympathy and empathy for Creature. I don't think he's a dick. I think what he did was dickish. But he's so ingrained by his upbringing and all of that in the Black family. And Sirius did treat him like dirt. Like,
yeah.
Are you married? No, we are not. I don't think we ever gave out that info.
But yeah, no, we're not
No,
married.
we're not married. Yeah, he's a product of his oppression. I don't know. Sirius was so mean to him, and he did tell him, get out. If I was Creature, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to the Malfoy house then. Maybe they'll be nicer to me.
And apparently they were, at least nice enough.
Right? Even though they were so nice to Dobby.
Yeah. Real nice.
Oh my god. If Creature and Dobby ever meet each other.
Oh god. Maybe that would be a way to get Winky to enjoy freedom a little bit more. If she could see like Creature. Like, this is how some house elves live. You had it easy.
Yeah. You had it good, man. Yeah, he does have, I think Creature definitely has problems and issues. Yeah.
100%. But the wound is still too recent. I can't forgive him right now.
Okay. All right, that's fair. You feel like Harry? You hate him?
Yes.
He's a dick. That's fair. I didn't like him very much either, but I've read all the books, so that I have the sympathy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Dumbledore does his best to try and explain Creature's actions to Harry, but Harry's just not having it. He's not listening. He's too grief-stricken to take that in. You know what I mean? He's too upset over losing Sirius. He's not going to process that. Not at all.
Well, yeah, it was like 2 hours prior.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And then he finds out, A, he just watched his godfather die, and B, he just found out that Creature helped.
Mm-hmm.
Also, can we just give Snape kudos?
All right, we'll give Snape kudos. It wasn't just Dumbledore chilling in his tower and saw them fly over the forest.
It was all Snape. Snape even gave Umbridge fake truth serum.
That's true. That's true.
He was gonna go.
Well, he said it was fake. We don't know because Harry never.
Dumbledore would know.
Mhm.
Also, he was gonna go into the forest to look for Harry.
Maybe
by
he was
himself.
just looking for Umbridge to make sure she didn't need any help.
Really?
It's possible.
He hated her just as much as everyone else. You stop.
Yeah, that's true.
Always on the
Everyone hates Umbridge.
always on the Snape defensive, 24/7.
I don't think Umbridge is anyone's favorite character.
If she is, there's something wrong with you. No spoilers, guys. No, we're not spoiling anything. He hates Snape. I love Snape. So, I am always saying, hey, this is a good thing he did because he does a lot of bad things.
Exactly.
Like be mean to Neville.
Exactly.
Terrify the shit out of him.
Neville, be mean to Harry, be mean to all Gryffindors, honestly.
Yeah.
Hermione.
Oh my
Ron.
god, I know. I still that time when her teeth grow and he just goes, I don't see any difference. Oh my god, so savage.
Oh, it was great when he caught Harry and Malfoy about to throw down, and then McGonagall just comes up.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
I know. Snape was so ready to like rub it in their face that they had no more house points, and McGonagall was just like, oh dear, hello, it's me, I'm back.
How many points do we need to win? Let's just give us that.
I will always admit that Snape does bad things. He is regularly very naughty. I can admit that.
Yes.
I love Voldemort. He's arguably the most naughty of naughty that ever has naughtied.
Yep.
But he's a great character. That's why I love him.
He is. He's a great character.
Yeah, Neville's growth in this book is great. It's one of the best things.
I know.
Neville getting to be a badass.
That's why until they pointed out the he will be marked thing, I was like, oh, Neville's gonna like be the one to do it.
Neville, it'll be Neville.
That would just be so great if that's how it was. It's like you thought it was Harry Potter was our protagonist the whole time.
It was
Psych.
Neville. It was Neville. I love bad guys. They're my favorite. They would always be my favorite.
Be a total like Game of Thrones ploy.
So subverting everything.
Yeah.
Actually,
Like who's the main character? You don't know. It could be this person, this person, this person, this person. Oh, it's this person.
Right.
It's great.
Neville Longbottom. Neville Longbottom and the audacity of that bitch. I don't know. I feel like Order of the Phoenix could be called that. Harry Potter and the audacity of this bitch.
Well, you saw that like collection of like honest titles, didn't you?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what Order of the Phoenix was. The
Harry
audacity
Potter,
of that bitch.
Yeah. One of my favorites is Fred and George leaving the school. Yeah, it's a great moment. One of the best in the series. And they just fly away into the sunset.
I know, it had to be into the sunset just for that dramatic effect.
It was great. I have to go now. Thank you. Just enjoying it. Well, we're glad you're enjoying it. We're having so much fun doing it.
Yes. Thank you for stopping by.
And I'm sure Biggs is very much enjoying getting to know Harry Potter along the way.
Oh, yes. Slowly but surely finding out all the magical secrets.
Mm-hmm. God, I haven't opened up these American editions in so long. Oh, it's like childhood all over again.
Are those your original copies, or you had to buy new ones, didn't you?
This is a new one, yeah. This is a new copy. Yeah. Because I lost all of my originals.
That brings up a good question. Which do you prefer? The smell of a new book or an old book?
There's something about a new book with the unread pages and the secrets of the inside of it that is just like stuff.
I don't know.
But then old book smell is so good too.
Yeah, I'm an old book smell type of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Old book smell.
I like those oxidated pages.
Yeah, that is a good smell too. I guess it depends on the book.
Mm.
Don't let Big see the chapter art. Half price book smells better than Barnes and Noble to me. Yeah, you can't look at the chapter art.
No?
No.
Why not?
Because, well, like
Can,
this.
Can I see the first one since we're going to be reading that?
You could, yeah, this isn't going to give anything away.
The Other Minister.
That's the name of the first chapter of the next book, The Other Minister. But like some of the chapter art
is dead giveaways.
Yeah, it's like straight up a giveaway about what's going to happen in the chapter. Right, not all of the art, but some of it is very much just like in your face. You know, not to mention the cover of the book, you know.
I still the dark mark. It looks nothing like how it's pictured. Well, obviously that's how J.K. Rowling pictured it, but
yeah, that's like what the book makes it look like. Yeah.
Nothing like our cups.
No, nothing like our cups, because ours look like what the
movie did.
Yeah. Yep. Love the first chapter of the next book. Oh, me too, actually. It's so good, isn't it?
Do we start out swinging in the next one?
How would you describe the feeling of the first chapter of the next book without giving anything away?
What, The Other Minister?
The Other Minister is the name of the chapter.
Oh, so are we gonna meet some of the other ministers from around the world? Because we know there's other ministries
of magic.
Yeah, because Crumb talks about his minister for magic, or maybe it was Karkaroff. One of those two.
But, Katie says that's so hard to answer. It's just fun, not fast paced. Yeah, I think it's just really entertaining. I guess would be the best way to describe this next chapter. It's just entertaining. I don't really know. I actually find this first chapter to be the weakest.
Ooh, contradictions in here.
I
like it.
I enjoyed it. When I first got this book and I read the first chapter, when I first started to read it, I was not. I was taken aback by what I was reading. Like I wasn't ready. It's just fun. I don't know. It is. It's just entertaining. It's just a good time.
Well, I guess we'll see what my judgment is on it.
That's true. The second chapter is better. What is the second chapter? If it's I think it's a chapter. I think it is. Yeah. I love chapter 2 as well. Yeah, it's just the next chapter. The first chapter of this book is just very different compared to the first chapters of the other books, I think.
I feel like the first chapter of every book is very different from the other, though.
Except for the first three. The first chapters of the first three books.
Yeah, they do start out pretty much the same cliche. Harry Potter, number 4, Privet Drive.
He is a unique boy because he is a wizard.
He has messy hair, green eyes, and
And glasses.
you know the rest. Yeah.
And a lightning bolt-shaped scar in the middle of his forehead. He lives with his aunt and uncle, who are abusive assholes.
They better not be any more.
I love that. Are you threatening me? Yes, I am. Just great. I also love that Harry kind of has a surrogate family of sorts, finally.
Yeah.
They've all come to like rally around him.
The whole order.
I would describe the first chapter as a different start. Took a few books before J.K. learned to write an intro. This is brand new information. That's funny.
Wait, so this was Harry? I thought this was Ron. Gotta go read the other books again. And also the fact that Vernon doesn't take it serious, it's just like an homage to his stupidity. Like,
yeah.
Just because it's always Dudley that something happens to. Anytime any magical, well, unless you're Aunt Marge. Aunt Marge actually got it too. But it's never Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon. It's always someone else.
Yeah, it is.
Mostly Dudley.
Yeah, Dudley's usually always getting the brunt of the magic things.
Yeah. He had a pigtail. He had his tongue grown to a like 12-foot long serpent thing.
Yes. They're
Dementors.
Dementors. The pigtail.
I said that.
Oh, sorry.
I'm missing one because we had Aunt Marge get blown up, and that served as the magical distress.
Yep.
Of the third book. But what was
Poor
it
Dudley
in
caught
number
in the cross.
2?
Dobby and the Pudding.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
that wasn't.
Yeah, that
wasn't Dudley, but it was something always happens to the Dursleys with magic, and it doesn't go well. And usually is.
And 3 times out of 5, it's Dudley.
Yes, it was the pigtail in the first one. The neighbors.
Aunt Petunia's, or no? Yes, it was the neighbors. No, was it Aunt Petunia's head? No. I can't remember because I know it landed on his boss or whoever.
Yeah, it was
in the movie.
Yeah.
But I can't remember if that was the book. My memory is like, it's hard for me to remember which happened to where.
Did he drop the pudding on them, or did you just like drop?
No, he didn't drop it on anyone. He just dropped it. It's just the movie they drop it on. It's Harry standing over like, oh.
Yeah. The dessert smashed on the floor.
Yeah.
And in the book, and the bird flew out and dropped the letter on the guest. Yeah. The movie was when he dropped it right on the visitors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like cartoon style.
And then the Dursley living room got blown up at the same time and the same occasion that Dudley's tongue grew 12 feet long.
Yeah.
Not a very good impression to make, Weasleys. Just saying.
They fixed it. It's fine.
It's fine. This is fine.
Oh. It's the power of magic. If only the Dursleys would embrace it.
You can see why the Dursleys don't like magic. Yeah, I can. Their experiences have not been positive,
Yeah, not even close.
but they are very openly hostile towards it to begin with. So there's also that.
Right? What happened to Aunt Petunia? What did Harry's mother do to Aunt Petunia to make her hate magic?
Book number 7.
Yeah?
You will that is resolved in book number 7.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Hermione's parents would probably react differently. Yeah. I feel like Hermione's parents would be excited to see the Weasleys come to their house. And maybe they'd be like, "Oh, Arthur, can you show us this thing? Can you do this?" And then Arthur would say, "Well, of course. Do you have any plugs I can look at? What is this?
My battery collection's running low.
You got any new batteries? Got any different ones?"
Oh, C batteries? I don't have any of those yet.
What's an adapter?
What's this? Lithium? Oh, man. Arthur was born in the wrong era. Because if he was around now with electric cars...
Oh my god, he'd be going
Doesn't he?
bananas all the time. Oh my god. He'd be in his garage trying to enchant a smartphone to do things.
He'd be working on a Tesla.
Yep.
They
Yep.
wouldn't have that... what was it? The blue...
The Ford Anglia?
Yeah, Ford Anglia. He'd have a Tesla. Flying Tesla.
Yeah. Hufflepuff said, yeah, you'll find out what the deal is between Petunia and why she hated...
Okay. I know they briefly talk about how Petunia was like jealous of her.
She was a freak. Freak! But my parents were so proud to have a witch in the family.
But was Harry's mother like a jerk to her or something?
You'll find out.
Yeah. Some fake...
Arthur would have been a baby name advisor and hopefully stopped Elon Musk from naming. That poor child, I agree. What's wrong with that?
What
I don't
was
even
it supposed to spell? Like Kyle?
I think so. I think it spells Kyle, but it's a math thing.
Yeah, it's like XL12 something. I don't know. It's like numerals.
It's stupid, is what it is. It's stupid. I read a story about a mom who lost her shit at the TSA area at the airport because the TSA agent pronounced her child's name wrong, and her child's name was literally ABCDE.
Ebkde?
That's what I'm saying.
It's like they got the high score and forgot to change their initials or something.
Right. And she got pissed because the TSA agent couldn't pronounce the kid's name right.
Did they possibly say how to pronounce it? I'm curious now.
It was an article. It wasn't like a Absidy? Was she born in a gym? Absidy. I don't know what's wrong with it's like a suburban white person thing. They do this. I don't know why.
Think about the poor teachers.
Jesus, yeah. Oh my god, those poor teachers.
First day of school. ABC. This must be a typo. I'm sorry. I'll get that fixed. Who didn't I call?
Millennial agrees. It is a suburban white person thing. They want all their children to have different and unique names.
How about names people can pronounce?
Half the girls...
Let's start there.
Half the girls will be named like Nevea.
Actually, that's a new thing because
I named my daughter Nevea. It's heaven spelled backwards.
Vomit.
That's like a
Ugh.
big thing. I've seen a lot of girls with the name Nevaeh.
I know it's a thing, and I'm like, what? It's stupid. I think it's stupid. Shithead is pronounced shithed. Real teacher story, not mine though. I heard it third hand. The Karens are rising. I think it's a Nordic country where you have to choose your child's name from a list and you can't deviate. That's interesting. Shithed.
Like I hate to stifle someone's ability to come up with a unique name for their children, but I think we might need that at this point. Like
also, thank you. I love my new glasses. Thank you. I saw another thing where some parents in the United States are naming their children COVID and Rona. That was a news story on NPR. I heard that.
That's going to be a great joke, though, on their 19th birthday.
Look, COVID, you're 19! Yes, I'm serious. They did a story about these parents who were like, we named our children COVID and Rona. Because they got pregnant during the pandemic. I think a lot of the problem in the world come from millennials. Oh, really?
I'm hurt.
I'm hurt too.
I think a lot of the confusion in the world comes from millennials. I will 100% back that because we are the ones saying all these names now and coming up with these unique ways of writing them that no one understands.
However, I do think a lot of our current problems have been extremely exacerbated by the boomer segment of our population.
And we're moving on. We're not going to get into this.
No.
This
Either
is
way,
way too no.
Either way, you have the freedom to name your kid whatever
I think
you
the
want,
fact that we
guess.
argue about this is a real issue.
Was going to say the boomers. Moving on. Yep. Oh, okay. Yep. We're just not going to go there. Not all millennials. I'm one, but a lot of it comes from millennials. 10 points to the house who can name Hermione's parents' names first. Ooh. Isn't her dad's name Dennis? Jean is Hermione's middle name.
Mother's name Denise? Oh my god, I just saw that Key and Peele skit where the teacher's listing off the names.
Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron. D Nice. Looking for D Nice.
Mm-mm.
You mean Denise? God damn it. Oh, are you looking it up?
Yeah, I'm looking it up because I don't know.
Oh, that's cheating. Has anyone gotten it?
Dr. and Dr. Granger. Yeah, I'm trying to find it, and
the mother's name is Karen. Father's name is Joe.
Yeah, they never say that. They never say their real names. Book 7, that going into that is actually a spoiler. Don't think their names are actually mentioned though in book 7, because that's what I'm getting from what I'm looking up. You're confused.
I am so confused.
Yeah, they aren't. No, Monica and Wendell is not their names. That's not their real names. And we can't talk about it any further without spoiling things for him because we're confusing him. Don't talk about Monica or Wendell. Yeah, we can't talk about Monica and Wendell. We can't.
Who's Monica and Wendell?
No one. We're not gonna go there.
Little bit of Monica in my life. Little bit of Wendell's all I need.
Oh God. No, we can't. All right, here. I was trying to think of a trivia question, and now I can't think of any trivia questions either.
I think they have like a Harry Potter trivia night.
I know. I think I could kill it.
Maybe we should play that during a live stream one time.
We'll play Harry Potter trivia sometime. Cards Against Muggles or something.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Probably have to wait till I finish it when we.
Yeah, we'd have to. Yeah.
Spoilers. That's disappointing.
Oh, there you go. 10 points to the first house that can tell us what is Nearly Headless Nick's real name.
You mean Nearly Headless isn't his first name?
No, surprisingly not.
Well, I know his first name's Nick. Well, Nicholas.
Sir Nicholas.
Sir Nicholas. Doesn't start with an M, his last name?
I can't help you.
Well, you're not saying anything either.
I'm asking. I'm the mediator of the question.
Oh, I thought someone posted it in there.
Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. Porpington. Close. I can't remember what houses you guys are in. I'm sorry.
We need the Discord open to know.
Dudley Poo. Duddy Poo.
Duddy Poo.
Okay. 10 points to Ravenclaw because Katie spelled it right.
What was it?
All right, another 10 points to Ravenclaw, and Matthew, I don't remember what house you're in. So that's 20 points to Ravenclaw.
I believe he was. Did you say you're a Hufflepuff? Someone said they were Hufflepuff. Their name started with an M. I thought.
Hufflepuff. Okay. And 10 points for Hufflepuff. Way to go.
I remember that.
Duddy Poo. So it's Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. Porpington. Like
I remembered Mimsy.
Like porpoise.
That's why I was like, it starts with an M. Porpington.
1,000 points to the player that can name all the ghosts. The Bloody Bear and the Fat Friar, the Grey Lady, Nearly Headless Nick. Does Peeves count? He's a poltergeist. 1,000 points for Slytherin. What? We just won the House Cup. For once.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta say, I feel for Malfoy every year a little bit when Slytherin has won the House Cup and then Dumbledore comes out of nowhere and he's just like, 500 points to Gryffindor because I can. And Slytherin then loses the House Cup. I think it's crap. And I totally feel their disappointment.
Well, at least it was McGonagall this time.
Yeah, that's true.
I thought the first one was awful because like the banners and everything were up.
Well, were we counting the house ghosts or were we counting all the ghosts at Hogwarts? Because yes, Professor Binns and Moaning Myrtle. Spew, Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Yeah. 50,000 points to Gryffindor for nothing at all.
Yes. See, I don't even have to answer anything because I'm Gryffindor, so we just win. Something is going to happen. 10,000 points to Gryffindor for participating. My chair is so squeaky today. I don't know why. Normally it doesn't squeak this much.
And we Slytherins work so hard to win the cup. And then what happens?
Well, you know, if you spent less time helping out more and more time focusing on your education.
That was rude.
Man.
Maybe Voldemort needs the help.
Obviously, he does.
We're just, hey, Slytherins won it 6 years before. Give Gryffindor a break. Bravery and stupidity gets you the house points.
Yes.
Right, and Slytherins don't sink so low as to be stupid. So,
Well, if that's what it takes to win, wouldn't you want to win? So your ambitions would cause you to act stupid in order to win.
I think Slytherins would maybe realize that if that is what it takes to win this thing, it is not worth it, and our ambitions are better funneled elsewhere. Though, to be fair, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw always just, like, don't have a chance. I don't... That kind of sucks. It just,
Yeah.
like, every year, they're just like, oh, Gryffindor or Slytherin. Yay. Because it wasn't us.
Yeah, what was it last book where Hufflepuff was in like third and Gryffindor was in last? And Hufflepuff was just happy that they didn't come in last again.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Gryffindor, yeah, we're going to let you win.
Yeah.
Hufflepuff's all just sad.
They almost had it. They almost had it. The points don't really matter, though.
It's like, whose line is it anyways?
I was just going to say, welcome to Whose Cup Is It Anyway, where the rules are made up and the points don't matter. Yeah, poor Ravenclaw, not really Hufflepuff. I don't know. Hufflepuff was like, oh, we came in third this time, guys. Yay. No. Nope.
I don't see how Hufflepuff ends up in last place all the time, though. Because they're like the hard-working, diligent people. Like, how do you not get points that way?
Well,
I understand how Ravenclaw would maybe outdo them because answering questions correctly and being intelligent also gets you points, but...
Well, ain't nobody getting house points but Slytherins up in Snape's class, so...
Well, yeah.
That right there.
Then you have all the other classes where teachers are fair and just and distribute the points to the people who earn them.
I like being teacher's pet, so I don't know.
Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see how it works out like that.
I'm starting the Society for the Promotion of Hufflepuff Welfare. Something's fishy about Gryffindor wins all the time. Yeah, but Ravenclaw doesn't win anything. Cedric won the Tri-Wizard tournament for Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw got Luna. Isn't that enough of a win? Like, come on. But you guys also have Cho Chang, too, so...
That's so messed up, though, when you think about it. The one time Hufflepuff was going to win something, the Hufflepuff dies.
I know, right? The Hufflepuffs, their moment of glory eclipsed because the person who did it got fucking killed. I'm not even sure Luna is aware of house points. Probably not. And if she is, she doesn't care. In a game, I'm building Hogwarts, but I don't know if I should start it now or later or save up more money. I guess that's up to you. Biggs. The mean Slytherins lose points with other teachers, even though they gain some with Snape. Snape is just trying to help us win because sometimes there's a lot of unfair bias thrown at Slytherins, just assuming that we're all bad people. So Snape is trying to like give us a little bit of an edge and give us points because, maybe the other teachers are more biased and take points away.
Well, You could always earn points from the other teachers by, not being mean people.
I would be the best student. I would not be a mean person.
Which is why you'd probably more likely be in Ravenclaw.
We have to go through this again. Not all Slytherins are mean. Oh my goodness.
Maybe, but every Slytherin we have met has been mean.
Maybe Ravenclaws care about grades more than the points. Probably.
Yeah.
I feel like Ravenclaws just want to improve their knowledge and do well versus winning the House Cup.
Which is probably why they're always kind of in the middle. They don't really seek the points and stuff, but
yeah,
they get them just from their intelligence alone. But that's why I feel like Hufflepuff should be up there more, though. Because, yeah, they're not seeking to be the best, but they're also very diligent, hardworking. I feel like that would give you points just the same as Ravenclaw earns them from being intelligent in their classes.
But you put diligent and hardworking versus getting good grades versus willing to take huge risks and being brave and incredible ambition. Those two opposing sides are much more likely to feel the desire to win rather than Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw just being like, I just want to do good and answer the questions and work hard. And
Points are stupid.
And points are dumb. Let the Gryffindors and the Slytherins fight it out. I don't care.
I'll be their boss someday.
I don't know. I just know that Slytherin gets a bad rap because the antagonists of the books. But so something's wrong when a Gryffindor is quiet, a Ravenclaw screams, a Slytherin cries, and a Hufflepuff gets mad. I am not going to lie. I think of all the houses, I would be most afraid of an angry Hufflepuff.
Something serious happened.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if anyone from any of those houses were to get angry, like if it was another Slytherin, I would know how to deal with that. Because how I get angry. It's like the same thing. But if a Hufflepuff were to get angry, like, I feel like a Hufflepuff would be like a berserker mad dog. Like, I feel like it takes so much to piss off a Hufflepuff that by the time you do piss them off,
it would probably be scarier than making Dumbledore mad.
It probably would be like making Dumbledore mad. It would be just like they turn into another person.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're badgers for a reason, Oh, who's going to be the new Gryffindor team captain?
Ooh.
Yeah, because Angelina was in her last year.
Wait, can Harry play again now? Harry can play again now, right? Because Umbridge left, so I'm assuming that McGonagall is just going to be like...
I think you can safely assume that although those decrees are garbage.
Yeah. I guess I would have to probably say Harry would be the new Quidditch captain.
Yeah, you think it might be Harry? Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone left who has as much devotion to Quidditch as Harry does.
Weasley is our king. Why not Ron?
Ron?
Why not Ron? He get everything he wanted in the mirror.
Yeah, but I think it would be good for him to be the Quidditch captain and probably help him grow as a person and just blossom, but I don't think he has the confidence to be the Quidditch captain. And I don't think he has the experience. I mean, overall, if you look at it on paper, I think Harry should be
the best choice. And not even just because he's the main character, but just because he literally is the best choice.
Yes.
I guess we will see in the next book.
Like, that is what he loves more than anything at the school, and he's the veteran on the team now.
He is the veteran on the
No
team.
one's been on the team longer.
And he was told by the best international Quidditch player out there that he's pretty good at Quidditch. A badger can kill a lion, a snake, and an eagle all by itself. Honey badger don't give a shit. I'm not gonna.
This is right. This is correct.
I'm not gonna argue the physical prowess of the animal depictions, because I'm very well aware that when it comes to physical abilities, we are much less likely to attack you rather than try to save ourselves and avoid confrontation. But we'll constrict you if necessary. Or bite you and poison you, whatever.
Lions, we just want to nap in the sun. We're just going to get angry if you get too close to us or disturb our sleep.
Lions are such great animals. I love lions so much. It's my big cat thing. He kind of resents that in himself because he's jealous of things, but he's a great person. He can handle lots of personalities coming at him. He also sets his limits clearly for himself and others. Because I'm talking about Ron.
Oh.
Yeah, but isn't Katie Bell a seventh year too? Like, isn't Katie Bell gone?
Yeah, they're gone.
Like
Pretty
Katie,
sure.
Alicia, and no. Katie Bell is in the next book. You're right. Katie
she
Bell
is?
is in the next book. Angelina was the seventh year, but Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet, I think, are in the next book. That's my bad. So no, Harry is not the senior most member of the Quidditch team.
Okay, I was wrong on that.
Yeah,
I guess.
Katie would be the old pro, so she maybe would look better on paper for being the captain.
So she might.
She's been a chaser, so she's been the biggest team player.
And I'm going to assume that Ginny's going to be a new chaser.
Oh, you think Ginny will probably stay on the team?
Well, she said she wants to.
Yeah, she likes Quidditch.
She said, once you get back on the team and you're Seeker again, I'm going to be a chaser.
I'm going to play chaser, that's right. Mo Lineal, I liked your little piece there about Ron. I thought that was pretty insightful about you guys, talking about how Ron's very much team player.
Mm.
The reason I said that a badger can kill all of those animals is so Katie is in 7th next year. All right, okay. I think we're all just kind of going off on stuff here. Badgers are scary. I think the gray ones are cute. The honey badgers are pretty scary.
Yeah.
They are no joke. Eagles are no joke either, though. You ever seen a harpy eagle? Jesus.
Yeah, their talons are like 5 inches long.
Huge, yeah.
And I think we can agree that all the animals depicted in the houses are pretty fierce animals.
Yeah, all the house animals are fierce in any way you look at it.
But yeah, the badger. The badger is definitely one of the fiercest. When it is angry.
Yes. And male lions, when they fight each other, oh God. It's so brutal. And we've seen firsthand in Harry Potter what snakes be doing.
Yeah.
They be biting, constricting,
and poisoning, venomizing.
Envenomating, right?
Envenomating.
Badgers have destroyed a road near where my parents lived. They dig it up.
Like the road? Like the asphalt? They just dug it up? Like it's nothing? Or is it like a dirt road? If they're just...
She said, yep.
Jeez.
They're fierce. Oh my God, all I can think of is the badger moles from Avatar. In the episode where the guy sings this secret tunnel. I grew up with bald eagles next to the house, but I've never seen a badger. Don't you live in Alaska? Didn't we talk about this? Don't you live in Alaska or up in the Northwest?
I
And
mean,
that's why you see bald eagles all the time.
we actually saw bald eagles quite frequently in the springtime here in New York.
Yeah, we did. We saw bald eagles with relatively high frequency. I think there was one that made a nest by the river that runs along our road.
Actually, story, I almost hit a bald eagle with my car one time driving home. There was a dead deer carcass on the side of the road, and I was driving up, and I saw it there. And as I get closer, all of a sudden it starts moving.
Yep.
And it happened to be a bald eagle that was like down and eating the meat out of it. And it took off. And bald eagles are very big birds, so it takes them a minute to get
Off
aloft.
the ground.
Yeah. So instead of flying like across the road to safety, it kind of flew down the road along with my car. And it ended up just kind of skirting across the top of my car as I drove under it. Which was very cool because it was like the first time I really got a good idea of the size of them.
They're huge.
And they're huge. Yeah.
Yeah, they're huge.
Their wingspan is like, it was wider than my car.
Yeah, they're massive.
So they're big birds.
All right, Millennial. Every time we've seen the bald eagles like here and there. Their populations are increasing. They have a lot of protections. But every time I don't take this. When I watch Deadliest Catch, they always have the bald eagles, and they just look like the seagulls of the Alaskan coast. Like that they're pests.
I think
rather than the majestic freedom bird.
I think that's very centralized into the harbors, though, because when they show them, they're usually down trying to steal like the fish that they're
right. That's what I mean.
Or the crabs.
That's what I mean. Like, aren't they kind of like the seagulls of that area?
Maybe
scavenging.
I mean, can you blame them? Bunch of fish coming in, free pickings.
I just remember watching this episode where somebody was on the deck of a boat and there were like 5 or 6 bald eagles all like jostling, trying to like get at the bait and stuff that they had out. Because I think they do prefer to scavenge 90% of the time if they don't have to hunt.
Yeah.
Like they're known for that.
I think
Macedonia? That's cool that you're from Macedonia. That's awesome.
Nice.
Phoenix, I wanted to tell you they take over a year to grow.
Oh, okay.
They are
so maybe
sort of
in the Chamber
sometimes.
of Secrets, Fox wasn't like fully grown yet.
He might not have been. They definitely didn't specify. They are sort of pests sometimes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where the nest was that we had close to our house was along the river up in this tree.
Mm-hmm.
It's really fun to watch the smaller birds' relationship to eagles. Yeah? Why is that? I Googled it yesterday and it says it took Fox only a few days to reach full size.
Oh.
Magic bird growth.
I guess so.
Commercial fishing. Yeah, we would put fish guts on the beach at low tide. Interesting. Thought so. So they're like the seagulls of the harbors.
The cleanup crew.
The cleanup crew. Yeah, that's funny. So Fox goes through his whole process then in a couple of days, every so often. That makes sense, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense that would be faster.
Yeah, I thought eagles took a while to mature. Like they live with their parents for a long time. I thought so. Like longer than other birds.
Yeah.
Because they have to learn to hunt and do things. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think they're one of the only birds that do that too. Most are, they just kind of take care of you, and then once you can fly, they kick you out of the nest.
Yep.
And then that's it. I think eagles actually teach their young to hunt. I might be wrong on that. Maybe they just take a long time to mature.
I think penguins are the other ones. Because penguins raise their babies
Hmm.
with a lot of care and
But they're
diligence.
very social animals. I mean, they're like huge flocks.
Yeah, penguins are a little
Hundreds,
different.
even
Yeah.
thousands.
Mm-hmm. That's true. There's a Ghibli store in Korea, and there's a cat bus that you can take your picture with.
Well, I know where she wants to go now.
Are you saying that because you see my cat bus? You can see the cat bus from there.
And you can also see Totoro peeking through. Can
Yes,
you see from there?
Totoro is in there. I think you guys could probably be able to see Totoro from back there. That's funny.
That was a good movie. I was surprised.
When the
I mean,
little-
I love Ghibli's movies, but
when the little birds like ravens and crows get the food faster, and then the eagle comes down, the little birds explode away from the food. That's awesome. Do a Harry Potter trivia? I want to go to the Ghibli theme park. I want to go to the theme park too. Are you kidding me?
they have a theme park?
She just said I don't think it's open yet. I
Oh.
think it's still being built. Yeah, I want to go there.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Do a Harry Potter trivia. Cards Against Muggles is funny. What is Cards Against? I'm gonna look up Cards Against Muggles.
I'm guessing Cards Against Humanity, just Harry
Potter edition. I just don't want to know. Cards Against Muggles. I want to see. Oh my god, some of these cards are great. Enchanted dildos. This one's just says, I shouldn't have said that.
Should not have said that.
Losing the house cup because Harry and his friends went on another fucking adventure. Peter Pettigrew's leftover finger. Freckled testicles.
What?
Weasley's.
I got that.
Getting baked with super strong enchanted wizard weed. Losing the house cup because Harry and his... Oh, no, wait. What's this other one? Madame Rosmerta's luscious tits.
Oh my god.
Hardcore BDSM in the room of requirement.
Will the sorting hat be there?
Possibly. If you detect it early, you can stop. Oh wait, hang on. After months of practicing magic, I think I'm ready for random red-headed splinched twat floating in the room of requirement. Having to explain to Madame Pomfrey why you used Engorgio on your dick.
I feel like that's going to be a common occurrence in Hogwarts.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I couldn't complete my homework because I was Remus Lupin's time of the month. Dolores Umbridge has banned what Aberforth did with that goat. Lucius Malfoy didn't realize he had actually given Dobby... What? Lucius Malfoy didn't realize he had actually given Dobby his using a broom as a dildo.
Well, that doesn't sound fun.
All of the dirty things that ever happened in the room of requirement.
Oh, good God. Why the room of requirement?
Oh, these ones. Oh my god. Okay, these ones. Hagrid wearing a thong.
Oh.
Colin Creevy sneaking into the hospital wing to give Harry a blowjob.
Did he have his camera with him?
Probably. Hagrid's undoubtedly huge penis. And my personal favorite. Drawing Severus Snape like one of your French girls.
Oh god, it's the Titanic all over again.
Thinking Jigglypuff is a Hogwarts house.
Oh, if the Hufflepuffs open up their own nightclub, that's what it'll be called. The Jigglypuff.
Voldemort's animagus would be that feeling what you get when you ride a broomstick for the first time. Realizing that Neville is the hot one. Draw me like one of your French girls, Potter. By the size of Hermione Granger's tits. I'm opening Jigglypuff next week. We've only watched the movies that he has read the books for.
Which means that we could watch the fifth.
We could watch the fifth one today. Do you want to?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, here you go. In the latest Hogwarts scandal, students have been found using Peter Pettigrew's leftover finger to get themselves off. Yo, I'm about to order these cards, man. This is great.
Oh, those are great. Is there like an online edition?
Minerva McGonagall adores a troll in the sex dungeon. Troll! Troll in the sex dungeon! Thought you ought to know. Oh, I get what you're saying. It's a joke. How can you tell what Harry Potter movie you're watching? By the size of Hermione's tits.
Oh.
Now I got it. Duh. Neville Longbottom was surprised when he reached into the sorting hat and found Dobby's tiny asshole. My God.
Is there?
That one was so good. Jesus Christ. I can't handle it. Don't end up being the sorting hat again.
Oh, never reach into the sorting hat.
Neville Longbottom was surprised when he reached into the sorting hat and found a bigger, blacker Sirius Black. Or how about Remus Lupin's pubes?
Lupus pubis.
Lupus pubis. Neville Longbottom was surprised when he reached into the sorting hat and found a vibrating battery-operated Nimbus 2000.
Look, we read Hermione in the sorting hat. Nothing surprises me that you could pull out of the sorting hat at this point.
That's true. There was a mass breakout in Azkaban. I heard they used Voldemort's blank flat crotch to escape. I feel like I need Cards Against Muggles.
Yeah, I think so.
Although I don't know how we would... I guess we would just have to play each other, and you guys could decide who plays better.
Yeah, they could decide who wins. Well, I was gonna ask, is
They
there
have Cards Against Disney.
do
Jesus Christ.
that would be great.
That's gotta be horrifying.
That would be great.
Ugh.
Do they have like an online edition or anything? If they had like an online edition, we could invite some of the viewers in and play with us.
That's true. We could do it together. Let's see. Cards. The Sorting Hat is ruined for me. The Sorting Hat's kind of ruined for me too. I don't want to reach inside it and find Dobby's tiny asshole.
Hermione should have knit some underwear.
Oh God. Oh. Hang on, I'm trying. This is it. There's an unofficial online game.
I don't know. I mean, I know they have the trivia games you can get.
The bizarre and horrific ordeal that conceived Rubeus Hagrid. With the option to make your own decks. That's how you really get the Sword of Gryffindor. Oh.
Oh God. Oh.
Another one, calling Severus Snape a fuckboy.
Well, he is.
Professor McGonagall feeding you biscuits. Oh, this one. For any American, actually any non-American. The love child of Donald Trump and Dolores Umbridge.
That is just horrifying in my mind. And if I was better at Photoshop, I would totally make that child.
Oliver Wood, the walking innuendo. Snorting flu powder to go on a mental journey. Sirius Black, the world's biggest drama queen.
Too soon.
It was.
You don't be talking about Sirius like that right now.
I know, I can't. I can't do it. I can't handle it. I mean, I can order them. They won't get here until mid-September.
Oh, geez. Things are backed up.
Yeah, what's funny is that the guy that played Oliver Wood, his name is Sean Bickerstaff.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes. That's true. That's true. It's his name is Sean Bickerstaff. I am not kidding.
Some porn star out there is very disappointed they didn't think of that.
I'm just curious about Cards Against Disney. I just kind of want to know. No one can question my dedication to Disney after I got a tattoo of coming 6 times in a row.
What?
My childhood was ruined the day I saw Rapunzel's surprisingly tidy pubes.
That was kind of funny.
My childhood was ruined the day I saw Elsa giving a frosty hand job.
So cold.
Never underestimate the importance of sneaking onto the set of 101 Dalmatians with peanut butter on your balls. I had to know.
Oh God.
Snorting lines like Dumbo. Wreck-It Ralph's almost rape-like intentions. The bloody corpse of a baboon who tried to baptize a lion.
Oh, Rafiki.
The shit that comes out of Donald Duck's mouth. The vibrating toys in Andy's mom's bedside table, also named Buzz and Woody. The overbearing fishy smell of Ariel's vagina.
You got a point.
That one's logical.
But does she even have that?
When she gets legs.
Anatomy.
But she gets legs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when she gets legs. Not before. I'm assuming she probably has, like, fish parts.
Oh, God, no wonder he, like, threw her in the bath as soon as he brought her back to the castle.
The 7 dwarves spending all their riches on high hose. There once was a woman named Rose, with hair that went down to her toes. When the men saw her bare, they did nothing but stare, for they'd never seen pubes such as those. That's great. That's great. This has deviated slightly. I'm sorry, everyone.
What? This is exactly what we came here to talk about. What do you
Yes.
mean?
To free the genie, all you have to do is rub the penis on the VHS cover of The Little Mermaid.
I thought it was gonna be like a rhyme. All you have to do to free the genie is reach down and rub the weenie.
Smoking blunts with Pinocchio. Hercules doing push-ups with his penis. Elton John humping a lion.
Okay.
I feel like the Lion King ones aren't really that bad. They're not that bad.
No, I feel like they were afraid they were gonna offend some people. That being like their biggest movie ever.
I don't. Oh man, some of these are so good.
I think we might have to order a set.
I think we have to get Cards Against Muggles
Yes.
and play. Definitely an adult themed live stream, though, for sure. Cannot. There is a Daniel Radcliffe card, though, in the Cards Against Humanity game, like in the original game.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that.
There's a Daniel Radcliffe card, and somebody met him and had him sign the Daniel Radcliffe card.
That's awesome.
And Daniel Radcliffe,
That man's a legend.
He said, "Oh, I've been waiting for somebody to. I'm so excited." He was like so excited to sign the card because he knew that the card existed, and he was just like, finally someone wants me to sign this. It was like the best autograph ever. What's the best Harry Potter merchandise that I have? I don't really have a lot of Harry Potter merchandise. Not really.
Well, your wand's like a legit wand, isn't it?
It's a noble collection wand. I mean,
as legit as you can get.
This is pretty awesome. I really do like my Voldemort wand. I really don't have very much Harry Potter stuff.
Which is surprising.
I know.
Very surprising.
I mean, I had a bunch of stuff when I was a kid, but kind of.
You have like a lot of Harry Potter clothes and stuff like that, but not.
I mean, I love my Slytherin sweater.
Collectibles.
I have these really cool metal bookmarks that are the Hogwarts houses. But I think my favorite Harry Potter things are honestly my my Slytherin edition books. They're pretty freaking amazing.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the Slytherin edition books are my favorites. And my wand. I do like my wand. Crucio! Gotta hold it like Voldemort does.
Hey, don't you point
He
that
like
towards
holds
Bailey.
it like so weird. Crucio! And then he like uses it like this. The wand that's yes, there's a lot of death in this wand.
Oh, but yeah, we might have to do that. Some Leaky Cauldron late night stream and do some Cards Against Humanity.
I'm down. I am down. Well, I have Voldemort's wand and Biggs has Dumbledore's wand. I mean, they make this 1/6 scale Severus Snape figure that I would very, very, very much like. But he is very expensive.
I thought you were going to get the Voldemort one.
I do want the Voldemort too. There's a 1/6 scale Voldemort. I really like him. He's amazing. But I just don't know if I can spend the money. Yet I have no problem doing that with Godzilla. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't really have it. I also have a wooden music box that it's just a little square music box with all the Hogwarts houses on it, and then there's the sorting hat on top of it, and you wind it up and it plays the theme from Harry Potter. And you have to perpetually wind it to keep it playing the Harry Potter theme. My child now has that.
Yes.
She has claimed that for her own, so that is no longer mine. I had Harry Potter glasses, but I wore them so much that I broke them.
Well, then it would have been like the real thing because
I
Harry's
know.
was broken.
They like broke.
Oh. Beyond repair.
Yeah. I collect the first book in various languages. It started out of curiosity just to see how to say thank you very much. You have 11 different versions of Harry Potter, the first book. That's awesome.
That is very awesome.
Katie and I very much want them in Japanese. All of them. I know. I think I'm going to have to order Cards Against Muggles, and I think maybe the next time we'll live stream a chapter, and then maybe we can play some Cards Against Muggles.
Mm-hmm.
Totally down. It will have to.
We'll do that, or maybe we'll do a Saturday. We'll stream the chapter, and then Sunday we'll hop on and play that, or
Something.
we'll figure it out. We'll let
Yeah.
everyone know.
Who else are we gonna play? You know what? It's in my Amazon shopping cart. I'll order it today. I gotta get some other stuff anyway. Glad you send you one in Macedonian. We have a newer version. You would?
That would be cool.
That would be awesome. Oh my goodness. I would love a copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone in Macedonian. Oh my god. That would be awesome. Yeah, I really want the illustrated editions too. I saw them at Walmart today.
Yeah, I know Walmart carries them.
I know. I just haven't. Let me know how to contact you, email or whatever. Oh.
The email is right on our channel. That makes it easier. Or we'll get in contact with you right after the stream.
Yeah, you can email the channel email, or one of us can hit you up on yours if you want. But that would be awesome. I know they have the illustrated editions, and I just haven't. I don't know.
It's on our list of things to buy.
I have a big list of things to buy, and I never have enough money. Oh, here comes the rain.
Oh, the rain's starting.
Lovely. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, currently my favorite thing right now, I think, is not Harry Potter related. It's my Burning Godzilla.
Yeah, you have been obsessed about that.
He's awesome.
Godzilla versus King Kong is just what I'm waiting for.
I know
I just want
Godzilla
the
versus
movie.
Kong. I want to watch Godzilla mop the floor with that gorilla. Godzilla's gonna kick his butt.
I feel like we got into a big discussion about this in the last live stream.
Probably. Any excuse to talk about Godzilla. This Godzilla has cat hair on him.
Oh dear.
I wonder how that happened. What did we think of the latest Godzilla?
I liked it, but I really wish they didn't black out like all the fight scenes. By that I mean everything's in like stormy weather and it's raining and it could have been better, but I liked it. I enjoyed it.
I did want one fight in the daytime. One confrontation between Godzilla and Ghidorah in the daytime where I can see everything. Please and thank you. That being said, I loved the monster designs. I thought Rodan was badass. But I would have liked a lot more monster and a lot less human stupidity because I was not feeling the human story at all.
Well, that
Could
being
care
said,
less.
in the newest one, they did a really good job of limiting the human stupidity, though. There was a lot more monster in this one than there was in the original. The original was the biggest disappointment in Godzilla I have experienced.
The first one?
Yes. You wait like an hour and a half to see Godzilla for a total of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It was awful.
I know. There was definitely a lot more monster. But it was better.
God,
it was definitely a lot better.
It?
Yes. I just wanted a daytime fight. Other than that, I really didn't hate it. Yeah, they did, but I wanted to see Ghidorah and Godzilla go toe to toe, head to head in the middle of a city, tear everything apart. That's what I wanted. Just like in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah in the Heisei series. I wanted that. I wanted a big daytime fight.
Oh, Godzilla Harry Potter crossover. Harry Potter befriends Godzilla. Goes to throw down with the Death Eaters and Voldemort. He's too scared to fight me. All of a sudden, you just see the ground shake.
Godzilla shows up.
Harry standing on top. Hey, Voldemort! I want to show you this new spell I learned. It's called Atomic Breath.
They did fight in the daylight in Mexico. That's true. Rodan showed up in the daytime.
Yeah, he did.
And that was one of the best parts of the movie. Rodan's bits were awesome.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like,
but
Godzilla and King Ghidorah's like first fight when they're in the Arctic.
That was cool.
Was pretty awesome.
Yeah. Their first confrontation was pretty awesome. That's true. Doesn't everything get covered in cat hair? Yes. Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm. Nothing is safe.
Nothing is safe from cat hair, especially when you have multiple cats. Godzilla steps on Voldemort. Who do you think Kong and Godzilla will fight? Destroya or Mecha King Ghidorah? Yo, it'd be really cool if they really brought in Destroya. That would be awesome. That would be so cool. But they hinted at a Ghidorah return at the very end of the second one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've been trying really hard to like stay away from any news about Godzilla and Kong except for a release date.
Which isn't hard because there is none.
Because I don't want to have any preconceived notions of what's going to be in it and who's going to be in it and all this stuff. So I'm either or would be awesome. Destroya would be really freaking cool. Which you haven't, I don't think you've seen that one.
No, I haven't.
No. But, I mean, as you can tell, I'm very, very excited. And I'm very obsessed. Look at this. Isn't he handsome? He's so handsome. He's lovely.
He's on fire.
He's so lovely. He's on fire. Yeah, I don't know. Godzilla would atomic the breath out of Hogwarts. I don't even know if Hogwarts would survive that.
Right, just atomic breath Voldemort, then starts destroying Hogwarts. Okay, you can stop now. Seriously.
Godzilla's just like, no, I'm just warming up. Yeah, Cards Against Muggles sounds great. We're definitely going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm very excited.
I guess we would have to do it like that. Maybe just have the camera pointing down at the table and we can put our cards down. And then you guys can vote for who made the funnier Cards Against Humanity. Muggles Against Humanity. Cards Against Muggles.
Oh, so that they can read?
Yeah, we'll let them vote and decide
Who wins.
wins. Yeah.
Not being a bother, but do you know Five Nights at Freddy or Bendy and the Ink?
Five Nights at Freddy's, yes.
Okay, he does. I don't.
I played the original. I didn't play the next ones. What are they up to? Like 6, I think. 5, 6.
There's a link to the online version. And it already has the Muggles deck. Oh, look at that.
Oh, cool. How many people can you play in at once?
I don't know. We'll have to look into this. I found the link. All right. I'll check it out.
Yeah, because that would be really awesome if we could get you guys in there too. Or at the very least, some of you.
I read the book. I love reading any book. Plus, I'm trying to get into the whole collection of Harry Potter. Oh, Harry Potter is a great thing to get into.
Mm-hmm.
Even Bailey's into it.
I was gonna say
he likes to listen to it, don't you? He likes to sit and listen to Mommy read Harry Potter. Well, I'm sorry she hates Harry Potter. She doesn't know what she's missing out on.
Wait, who hates Harry Potter?
Alexa's mother.
Dear.
Is there a reason why? She says it's the devil thing. Just Imperio her. Billy being handsy boy. Always. He's always very handsome mens. He's very handsome mens.
Well, I'm sorry your mother doesn't approve, but at least she's not one of those mothers who like stops you from reading it.
It sounds like she just really doesn't understand what Harry Potter is about.
Mm-hmm.
For her to think that it's a devil thing. Because Harry Potter is so far from that.
I was gonna say, just show her the last chapter we read. It's about love.
I literally almost cried. Old fans, do you think being forced to wait for each book made the fan experience better or worse? I think for me, waiting for the books, I think here's the thing about I think being a fan when you were waiting for the books to come out. For me, Harry Potter came out at the same time that the internet was really becoming a big thing. So we had access to this huge online community of people, and we got to spend so much time talking to each other and theorizing about what was going to happen and what did this mean, that it really kind of enhanced it, because we just had, what was it, between 4 and 5, we had like 3 years to sit there and just try and figure out where the books were going. So the anticipation of waiting for the books made it better, I think, for me.
I will go in the other vein and say that sometimes I don't think it's as good to wait, because especially with the internet, you get all these ideas and you can paint this picture from the lore and all these fan fictions of how it should end, how you expect it to end. Sometimes that can just lead you to be disappointed.
Yeah.
Like, I'm thinking about Game of Thrones and Winds of Winter and how it's going to end.
Yeah.
There have been so many years of speculation and people writing their own endings. I think it's going to be hard to actually end it and have a lot of people accept it. I feel like it's a double-edged sword.
I feel like it can be.
Yeah.
I think
you have...
I think Harry Potter worked. Because unlike Winds of Winter, it was only 3 years, not 10 going on 50.
Yeah. Yeah.
And unlike Game of Thrones, the movies didn't finish the story before the books came out. So we didn't have an ending. I think there were fans that were disappointed because they wrote fan fictions and had their own ideas.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, like, I think people were definitely disappointed.
The longer you wait, and especially with the internet and the sharing of information, I think it can cause more of those situations.
But I think even with the internet, without it, I think people would have still been disappointed in the ending regardless, because you're not going to make everybody happy, you know?
No, absolutely not. I'm just saying you can exchange these ideas and kind of come up with what the cumulative idea of a perfect ending is for the story. And it might not be what the author had envisioned. And then it's something different. And then there's a lot of people disappointed that wouldn't have been disappointed if they had read that book and hadn't waited as long. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing all around. There's a lot of good because it just makes you want it more when you wait longer. But I think there's a fine line of how long. And I think Winds of Winter is showing that.
All I know is that for me personally, waiting for the next Harry Potter book and then finally getting my hands on the next Harry Potter book were such huge, significant pieces of my childhood and growing up that I wouldn't want to have experienced it any other way. I think there are a few things in my life that were as exciting as waiting for the next Harry Potter book. So for me, experiencing it that way was just incredible, and probably part of why these books have been such a a big deal. It just the whole phenomenon of Harry Potter. I think it wasn't just waiting for the books. I think it was the phenomenon of it, all of it, experiencing all of it, waiting for the books, and then they're making movies, and then there's MuggleNet, and there's games, and there's this, and there's and it just I just experiencing all of that firsthand was just amazing.
Just all the hype building and then finally getting that
Yeah, it was crazy. It
and
was
experiencing
amazing.
it.
Yeah, I'm glad I had to wait too. Those cards, they're fun. I know. I'm gonna get the cards. I'm gonna get the cards. What will you read after you finish Harry Potter? We're still discussing it,
Mm-hmm.
but we're leaning heavily on Jurassic Park.
Yep.
We
were thinking
Jurassic
about
Park books.
Yeah. We definitely want to do a Song of Ice and Fire. And we think that's our next, like, large endeavor. But we're definitely considering taking kind of a break and reading a standalone book.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of get us out of the Harry Potter swing of things.
I mean, Jurassic Park is a series, but it's only 2 books. Yes, welcome to Jurassic Park. Spared no expense.
Except, on our cybersecurity.
Yeah, they really didn't. They didn't invest in the technology the way they should have. I don't think. The first 4 books came out back to back. Then she took breaks to help with the movies. Then there was a break between 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, but 1 through 3 came out pretty fast. Even 4 came out really fast, and then that was the wait. Wherever done is. Once you enter the HP void, you're doomed. There is no turning back, dude.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Once you become engrossed with Harry Potter, it never leaves you. It's always there. Maybe you don't become a Potterhead, but it'll always be there.
I feel like most of this book, I've compared a lot of the stuff that happens in Harry Potter to things that happen in Game of Thrones.
That's because you
So
did Game of Thrones first.
Can't wait to read Game of Thrones. I'm going to start comparing it to Harry Potter.
Katie's going, one of us, one of us, one of us.
That'll be very interesting, though, to read Game of Thrones. Because I'm going to have to change my whole way of talking about it. Because I'm going to have to watch what I say.
With
Game
of Thrones?
Now, I don't know. I just kind of say whatever I think because I don't really know what's going to happen. So I just spout stuff out and maybe it's a right decision or not.
Yeah.
Or, I got questions. But with Game of Thrones, I mean, might read something and be like, oh, yeah, that's what happened. That's why this. Shoot.
I know what I mean. We're both going to have to be careful with the Game of Thrones books because if we do read them, we've both read them. But for anyone listening to our material who hasn't read them, we can't spoil anything.
Yeah, maybe when we start doing that, we could do like we were saying, we do one Saturday, one Sunday. Maybe we could do an extra live stream on Sundays where it was like spoilers accepted.
Right.
We just talk about the books as a whole.
Something
like that.
I have only read the Game of Thrones series once.
Same.
Yeah, so we both only read them once. So I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff that we will have forgotten when we go through and read them again. I don't know if I'm going to read Harry Potter and the Cursed Child because it's a script, and that does not read very well, like as an audiobook. Also, I kind of hate it. I'm sorry if that offends anyone.
Well, we're just going to have to act out the Cursed Child, I guess.
If we're going to do any Harry Potter play work, we're going to watch a Harry Potter musical after we finish the books. Gotta get back to Hogwarts. Gotta go back to school. Hogwarts. It's great. The Cursed
Yeah.
Child is vermin. Yeah. I'm sure the play is amazing. Like going to see the play, I'm sure it's fantastic. Everybody said that's seen the play that the play is amazing. And the effects are great and the staging of it is awesome. Like, and I'm totally down to experience that. But the plot hurts me in my soul. And I can't get past it.
So it's kind of like
It's like
Cats.
I like
Where
Cats.
the play is great, but the movie will leave you traumatized.
The Cats movie did not leave me traumatized.
Well, it did me.
I'm like the only person. Anyway, yes, the storyline, it hurts my Slytherin soul so much to read The Cursed Child. And I'm just like, it's fan fiction with the best budget ever.
High budget fan fiction.
It's really what it is. But I'm sure the visuals are great. I'm sure the actors are phenomenal and all of that.
Wonder if we could get J.K. Rowling to produce our Titanic Harry Potter.
Listen, if
crossover.
J.K. Rowling would produce The Cursed Child, she should totally produce Lord Voldemort and the ship that shall not sink, or the ship that shall.
The cursed ship.
Yes, I don't know. Look, we got a little puppet pals going on.
That's awesome.
I love the Harry Potter.
Hogwartius Titanicus.
I mean, I guess I can give him a synopsis of the Cursed Child story, and we can kind of do maybe a live stream discussion of it. I don't know. I just don't like it. But I would still go see the play because I would, if for nothing else, probably appreciate the acting and the theatrics of how they put the play together. But the story is yucky.
Maybe I'll just watch the play when we get there, and then we can just talk about it.
Yeah, we might just have to save Cursed Child for the chance to like see it on stage, and then we can talk about it.
I was gonna say like look up the video and watch it.
I don't know if you can.
No?
We'd have to search the pirate waters to see if there's some kind of...
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
You can find anything in pirate waters.
Yeah, I know she didn't write. The two guys, Thorne and What's-Her-Faces, wrote it, but J.K. Rowling did sign off on it, and that's kind of what bugs me about it. I'm just like, why? Why? There's plot holes everywhere. Money? She just want the money?
I think so.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Either way, we'll definitely talk about it at some point. But I don't think I'm going to read the script. That's just so hard. Yeah, she doesn't need the money. Rowling said it was the 8th story. I know, that's what gets me about it. She said it was the 8th story, but it doesn't feel like the 8th story. And maybe I'm just being biased because I haven't physically seen the play, but just based from a story standpoint, I just don't like it. And there is one very big reason why, and I can't move past it. I just cannot. Animated Harry Potter would be awesome. I am totally down for animated Harry Potter. Be great.
I've said before, I think Harry Potter should have been a
Animated,
TV series.
Yeah.
Anime style Harry Potter.
Like Avatar The Last Airbender type of thing would totally work for Harry Potter so well. Hagrid would be like the cabbages, like, should have said that. Should have said that. Should have said that. I want an animated series portraying the lives of the garden gnomes in the Weasley's garden.
Oh, that would be great.
That would be freaking phenomenal.
Like
oh my
Peter
God.
Rabbit with garden gnomes.
Yes. Oh my God. That would be great. Oh my God. The garden gnomes in the Weasley's garden. Oh, that's fantastic. Crookshank shows up and he's like the ultimate villain in the episodes.
I think then it's just the Smurfs, wouldn't it be?
Nah, it'd be better.
I know, but the bad guy had the cat that always chased them down.
I did not watch the Smurfs, so
I didn't really either, but I just remember
he
there
had
was
a big
like,
cat.
yeah, he always wore like a black cloak, and he was a wizard, I think.
Yeah, he is a wizard.
Mhm.
You know who else
That's
does
Mr. Weasley.
that? My God,
That's how the gnomes picture Mr. Weasley and Crookshanks.
as the bad guy from the Smurfs. Oh my God. Also a crime drama series portraying the Aurors. Oh my God, Katie, that is the great Law and Order. That is that is
Yes.
absolutely. Oh my God.
That's perfect.
Law and Order. Oh, what would the
And then
catchphrase
just
be?
a show like The Office, but the ministry.
At the ministry. Oh my
Yeah.
God, The Office, but the Ministry of Magic. Oh my God, yes.
Fudge, played by Steve Carell.
No, it would have to be. It's the most innocuous department. Like the Department of Magical Transportation or something. Like the boring part of the Ministry of Magic. And it's just the office workers in their cubicles there. Oh my God. Yes. Where's that? Oh my God. Michael Scott, the wizard. Oh my God. Jim's the guy that does the regurgitating toilets.
The Department of Parchment.
The Department of Parchment. Oh my God. That would be great. I want that so badly now. London, what? The Electric City. London, what? The Electric City. The Ludicrous Patents Office would be fun. Oh my God, yes. Yes. That would be great. Law and Order, where we keep going after the wrong people and our boss is a dumbass. Law and Order has to have a running gag about them trying to catch Sirius Black and how somebody comes in and says they always swear that they've seen Sirius Black, and it's just like a running thing.
Spent the morning down at the dog pound. Wasn't him.
Law and Order. That's so great. I love that. They'd have to have like some kind of bachelor show too for those people.
Bachelor?
Like The Bachelor, The Bachelorette.
Imagine Voldemort on it.
Yes, I could actually see that.
Or what was the
That'd be
show
great.
where you don't see the person, but
Oh,
then they
like
ask
the blind
questions.
date show?
Yeah, that, but with Voldemort and then a bunch of women.
Keeping Up with the Weasleys. I
I would watch that. That would be awesome.
The Real Housewives of Ottery St. Catchpole. Or maybe just a Slytherin Moms. Lord Voldemort, come on down and meet the women of your dreams. Hagrid could host The Bachelor, and Grop is The Bachelor. That is the one. That is the one. Yes. Oh my God. That's the one. Yes.
So you say you're into tall guys. Well.
Oh, that is the one. Lifestyles of the average muggle for people like Arthur. Yes. Just because I feel like Arthur deserves that.
Trading places.
Wizards and
Wizards
muggles.
and muggles.
Oh, awesome. We'll check our email when we're done live streaming.
Thank you so much.
What's a good ship in Harry Potter? Oh my god, we've talked. I feel like ships get brought up every time we live stream. I swear. I think there should be a Real Housewives though show too. Like Narcissa Malfoy is on it. She's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sorry. Other rich wizarding wives.
And then you have Mrs. Weasley thrown in the bunch just to shake things up.
Just to shake it up. Oh god.
So we're going to do a bit of shopping in Diagon Alley later, and then we're going to go out for tea and crumpets, and then I've got to go to the gym and
Whatever they do at a wizard gym, I don't know. But I'm sure she does spin class there, whatever which spin class is. How about 16 feet tall? Is that tall enough for you?
Oh, you said 6 feet? Oh, I just heard the 6. So.
How about fiercely protective? Are you into that too?
Once he has you, he'll never let you go. Loves nature and trees.
English isn't his first language. Is that something you can overcome?
He's foreign.
He's foreign.
With an accent.
With an accent. Arthur would be so into how it's made. Oh my god, I know. It'd be his favorite show.
He would watch nothing else.
No, he wouldn't. Can you imagine grow up on his wedding day? I imagine it would be oddly adorable. Hagrid hosting the... Hagrid would wear his hairy coat and his orange tie on every episode. Yes. His hairy coat with the yellow and orange polka dotted tie. These are great spin-off ideas.
Oh, God.
Can you imagine grow up on his wedding night? Yeah, no, let's not do that.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Good.
Wife swap, wizard style. Yep.
Trelawney can host Wheel of Fortune.
That's actually kind of great. I like that one too. Oh, we get to find out what happens to the sheets in his fan fiction.
Oh god.
The crusty sheets.
I don't want to know.
He would clean up well in a suit. I agree.
Who's going to make that suit?
Madam Malkin. Robes for all occasions. Oh no, I'm eating dinner. I don't blame you. Crusty sheets. Wife swap wizard style. I mean, you'd have to put Mrs. Weasley up at Malfoy Manor. It'd have to be an obligatory episode.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Petunia and like Miss Malfoy.
Oh, we're bringing muggles into wife swap now?
Yeah. Could you imagine? A wife all about pure blood and then someone who hates wizards. It would be great.
I'm just trying to picture Petunia and Lucius trying to get along with each other.
Twist. Lucius and Petunia fall in love and they run away together.
Oh, God. Imagine Vernon with Narcissa.
I think Vernon would just like lock himself in the bedroom and not come out the whole time.
The whole time. He just wouldn't.
Dudley, is she gone yet?
Dad, let me in. I'm scared. I don't want to get demented.
I wonder if they ever found out that chocolate helps relieve that. Or if Dudley just had to spend the next week
feeling like shit.
Yeah.
As far as $50 eyeliner goes, I used to work with a girl who spent $80 on a tube of mascara. So makeup be like that sometimes.
That's ridiculous.
You know who that coworker was?
Yes, I do believe I remember.
Okay. Yeah.
Name starts with an R.
Yep.
Yep.
I would never spend that much on makeup. But what do I know?
I mean, neither would I. So.
Yeah, I spend like $20 max when I like buy all my makeup. Maybe 30 if I have to get like everything. But I want wife swap wizard style. Dancing with the Stars wizard style. Dumbledore would win.
Oh, Dumbledore would kick everyone's butt.
Dumbledore would so win. Wife swap wizard style would be really great. Mrs. Weasley at the Dursleys, I think Dudley would love her. She would just feed the shit out of him all day.
Yeah, probably.
And she'd be so nice. Like, I feel like Dudley would come around and be like, you know, wizards aren't too bad. She feeds me mince pies all day long. Dancing with the Stars. Survivor wizard style.
Ooh.
I feel like Voldemort would win that one. Just saying.
Yeah,
Dude
probably.
cannot die.
Yet.
Can possess animals. Like, come on. Voldemort would win that one. I don't know about Dancing with the Stars. He might not win that one. If you're into the movieisms, Neville might be all right on Dancing with the Stars. Survivors, Death Eaters only. Voldemort would still win, I think.
Maybe.
He's the greatest Legilimens ever. He would be messing with their minds the whole time, freaking them out. Voldemort would totally win that game. Come on.
Even if he didn't win, just use the Imperious charm.
To make
and the winner
win.
is Voldemort. He didn't even compete.
I am not familiar with the Hunger Games at all. Never read them. Never watched them.
I watched the first couple of movies.
Yeah.
It's basically just think of it throwing the people into this big wooded arena and saying, all right, last one alive wins.
I did read the first Twilight book. That was a horrible experience. That was an awful experience, actually.
Never read Twilight.
Oh, don't waste
not
your
do
time.
that.
Don't waste your time. It's terrible.
Won't do it.
Yeah, you don't want to. It's awful. Not worth it.
Did what was set out to do.
Oh, I think instead of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, it should have been Keeping Up with the Blacks.
Oh, that would have been great.
When Walburga was still alive, Sirius and Regulus are kids. And cousins Narcissa, Andromeda, and Bellatrix come over to play. Or maybe they're teenagers, I don't know.
Oh, Bellatrix must have been what was her name on Rugrats?
Angelica.
Yeah.
Bellatrix was Angelica. I get that.
Little serious pickles.
Little serious pickles. Oh, I'm so sad. I made myself sad. Oh, that's awful. Oh, I still can't talk about Sirius. I can't even make black jokes. Oh.
That didn't sound right.
No, it didn't, did it? Black family jokes. That still doesn't sound right. Serious Black's family jokes.
Okay, it's better.
God, sorry. Bellatrix the pickle. Keeping up with the Dursleys.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ, that would be so terrible and great. Terrible. The Wizard Oscars. What do they award them? I feel like Gilderoy Lockhart would have to win some of those.
Yeah. Oh, which ones?
Most Charming Smile Award. Come on.
Gilroy, that's not a real award. Shh, don't tell him. Just humor him.
Just humor him. Don't tell him anything. Oh, man. I still think Wheel of Fortune with Sybil Trelawney is one of my favorites.
Right. And what will your fortune be?
Pit Bulls and Parolees with your host, Sirius Black.
No, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Sirius Black.
Oh man. Go.
Oh God, we've been streaming a hot minute.
I know. Katie has a good one though. Trelawney and Hooch, like Turner and Hooch. That's great. That's great. That's awesome. Madam Hooch does need something else to do, I suppose, when she's not badly refereeing Quidditch matches.
Yeah, doing whatever she does.
Because clearly the Slytherins can beat the shit out of the Gryffindors without any penalties whatsoever. If you can sort your pets, what house would they be in? Seriously, yeah, what does she do for the rest of the year? Flying lessons with the first years? Okay, that's like for an hour a day. What the hell else does she do? These are important questions.
Well, didn't we discussed this, that we think that there is like a PE class, but we don't see it because Harry
Doesn't
is on
need
the
to take
Quidditch
it.
team, so he doesn't have to.
Maybe. Do they all just keep taking flying class? Maybe she goes up to Trelawney's tower and they drink together.
Maybe.
Trelawney's drunk a lot. Maybe they drink together.
But to answer the question on which house our animals would be in,
yeah,
I think Bailey is definitely a Hufflepuff.
Yeah, Bailey's a Hufflepuff. For sure.
Jackson is probably a Slytherin. Would you say?
Do you think so?
Yeah, because he doesn't take anything from anyone. He wants what he wants, and he'll slap the snot out of anyone who gets in his way.
All right, yeah.
He's a rough kitty sometimes.
Yeah, Jackson's probably a Slytherin. Lola's a Hufflepuff.
Yeah, Lola's a hardcore Hufflepuff.
Lola is definitely a Hufflepuff. Parmpants. I kind of feel like Parmpants is a Slytherin too.
Yeah, I would almost put her as Gryffindor.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why?
Because she'll still like step down and let someone else go about their way, even if it means
that's
like
just because she loses the fight. She doesn't just let them. They usually.
Yeah, but she doesn't really fight as fierce. I don't know. Maybe she's a hard one to put.
Yeah, Parmpants isn't the easiest. I'm not sure what house Parmpants would be in. Maybe she smokes some magical plants with sprout in the greenhouses. Ah, a little bit of the electric lettuce there, eh, Madam Hooch? Maybe.
That wacky wizard weed.
Wacky wizard weed. Weasley's wacky wizard weed wheezes.
That's what they're really selling.
Wizard weed. That's how they're making all their money. They're selling magical herbs.
That's a special ingredient.
And all.
THC.
That's or she goes on a journey snorting flu powder. Could be. Could be.
Dumbledore walks in. Trelawney, why do you not have any more flu powder? Well, let me tell you. Yeah, I don't. Maybe that's why her room is always perfumed, covering up another smell, Trelawney.
God.
Yeah.
God. I think Crimes Against Muggles is gonna be a bad influence on us.
Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Don't you worry.
I'm sure it will be. I'm sure.
It's gonna give us all sorts of ideas for the Titanic fan fiction.
One of the prompts is Tom Riddle was shocked when Ginny began to write about blank in the diary. Oh, here you go. Tom Riddle was shocked when Ginny began to write about painting Severus Snape as one of your French girls in her diary.
She's a very detailed writer.
Filch has finally banned tearing off your nipples in a ministry accident from the halls of Hogwarts. Perhaps she's the reason the centaurs don't like humans. She broke too many of their hearts.
Oh, God. And that never happens.
So the horror of the Sorting Hat will always be with us.
Mm-hmm.
Wrestling, WWE, wizarding, wrestling, entertainment, events.
Wacky wand enchantments. I don't know. Oh.
Can you smell what the Weasley is cooking?
Would Dumbledore be Ric Flair then?
Woo! Oh my God. That's so great. Oh.
The nature boy, Albus Dumbledore.
Woo!
You stepped into the wrong ring today, Voldemort.
Would Voldemort be the Undertaker?
I don't know. Hagrid would be Rafiki.
Or the Big Show.
Or no, not Rafiki. Rashiki. That was his name. Or yeah, Big Show, maybe.
Maybe the Big Show. No, Grop would be the Big Show.
There.
Draco Malfoy would be Ravishing Rick Dude. Ravishing Rick Rude. The Fred and George would be the Hardy twins.
Oh, yeah.
That would be them. Oh my God.
I feel like Gilderoy Lockhart would be Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, you think so?
Mm-hmm. He was all about his appearance and stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Undertaker is your favorite? I feel like that fits Voldemort, doesn't it? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. Who would Hulk Hogan's wizarding double be?
Oh, that's a good one.
I was a big Hulk Hogan fan when I was little.
Let me tell you, brother. Oh, that's a tough one.
Right?
Or Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Jesus. Yeah. Right? Or The Rock, even. Like,
I just don't know.
Lucius would be the $1 million man. Huh. You're good at this. My knowledge of wrestling is limited. I know some things, but I don't know a lot.
Yeah. I
Which
know,
makes
like,
it hard.
old school.
Like, I'm even sitting here like, Batista. Who would that be? I don't know.
You know Batista.
No, I know who he is. I'm saying I don't know his Harry Potter counterpart.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Snape would be the Undertaker, actually. He's got that greasy, long hair,
Yeah,
you know?
that's true.
Maybe that's Snape. No, Voldemort is Hulk Hogan. He screws everyone else over. I'm just picturing that. Let me tell you something, brother. Oh.
Oh my
I mean,
God,
Dudley's wrestling name would just be Big D. Right? He'd just be Big D.
Wait, would Voldemort be Kurt Angle? Because anytime Kurt Angle came out, everyone would just chant, "You suck." In the crowd.
You suck. Oh, God. Wait. Who's Vince McMahon?
Fudge.
Fudge. I can't.
Now,
think
can you
it-
just picture Fudge walking through the ministry like Vince McMahon did?
I know it is. Oh my God, that's so great. Oh my God. Oh my God, Katie. Big D energy. Oh God. Oh. Who is Luna? I know nothing about girl wrestlers. I cannot even start there. I'm sure you knew, though.
I don't know, because a lot of the girl wrestlers were all just the same.
I know Trish Stratus. Like, I don't even know. I just know that name. That's like the only one I know.
So Trish Stratus, Lisa, Stacy Keibler. It's like all I remember.
Listen, I'd be better at this if we were trying to correlate Titanic characters to Harry Potter characters for the fan fiction.
Well, we can use some of this as imagery, you know.
That's true.
Fudge walked onto the ship as Vince McMahon
like
walks
Vince-
down into the ring.
I don't know who Miss Elizabeth is, but I trust your judgment. Oh. We've established, though, that Voldemort and Lucius are Jack and Rose, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Lucius is Rose.
Okay.
Voldemort's Jack.
That makes sense. He has no family.
Yes.
Lucius has family.
And he's rich.
Yes. That works. That works.
And then Dumbledore's the captain.
Yes, Dumbledore is the captain. Hagrid is going to be the one who crashes the Titanic into the iceberg.
Yes. Because he's trying to impress Madame Maxime.
Yes. We all get the hidden meaning around Big D. Mrs. Weasley should be Molly Brown. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And it would also be very funny to see Mrs. Weasley being motherly to Voldemort. Because she puts that tux on Leonardo DiCaprio, and she's like, "Oh, you shine up like a brand new, like a penny," you know. But just Voldemort and Mrs. Weasley.
Maybe it can be a whole conspiracy to get the Sorcerer's Stone or something. And Voldemort's plan is to sneak on there. And they have to pick their disguises. And Voldemort chooses the rose disguise for Lucius. He's like, why do I have to dress up as a woman? Look at your hair. It's glorious.
Well, the sorcerer, the Philosopher's Stone would have to replace the Heart of the Ocean.
Yes.
And is Voldemort going to drop it at the end and just be like, oh no, wait. It would be Lucius, wouldn't it? Voldemort would have to die in our story. Because Lucius won't let him on the raft. The door.
Maybe there'll be a new ending. Maybe we don't have to end it like that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah,
this
maybe
is a fan fiction. We can do what we want.
Yeah, one of them doesn't have to die. That's true.
Although that would be good if Voldemort stands over the edge about to drop it. I received eternal life, but for what? No, I'm not hold on to this.
And then
being immortal is pretty cool.
Someone put in a comment that the Weird Sisters should be the orchestra playing while everyone is freaking out and dying.
The Weird Sisters. It has been an honor playing with you. And they just play one more song.
Oh man.
What do we think about that? I don't know about you, but I think it might be time to continue on with the rest of our day.
Yeah, maybe next time we'll have time to read your author's edited fan fiction, because unfortunately I think it is time for us to kind of get going.
I feel like we definitely
That was you, Matthew. That was you. I knew it. I knew it was one of you guys, and I couldn't remember. Yes, that was the Weird Sisters. That was a great idea. Yes, Katie. The movie, not so great, but the fan fiction has potential to be epic.
Oh yes.
Gilderoy Lockhart has to be in the story somewhere. I don't know where. Oh my God, he could be Cal.
There you go.
Yes. Yes, that's what you just said. Matt just said that too. We're on the same wavelength. He was like, Gilderoy Lockhart could be Cal. Gilderoy Lockhart and Lucius as a couple, but Lucius is really in love with Voldemort. Oh my God, this is a great story. And unfortunately, George was not here for this, but I feel like he would definitely be advocating for Snape and Lupin to be getting together somewhere in the story.
Yes. Hardcore.
So maybe we'll
sneak that in as a little Easter egg. Who knows?
Yeah, just for George. If he ever comes back.
Harry, go let Professor Snape know that the ship is sinking. Swings the door open, just Snape and Lupin in bed. Oh my God! Potter, get out!
This might be too much, but I feel like Snape gives and Lupin takes. Just saying.
Ew.
I just had to say it. Sorry. This is a gut feeling. I mostly ship Sirius and Lupin. Yeah, that's a pretty popular ship. I feel like they're just friends, though.
Yeah, I agree.
But anyway, That being said, we do have to get going because we need to eat dinner. Because I don't know about you, but I'm getting freaking hungry.
I am getting pretty hungry.
And maybe I want more beverage.
More butterbeer.
Why not?
It's Saturday.
It's Saturday. We can have as much butterbeer as we want,
Live it up.
right? Oh, how do you think Professor Sprout would feel about Biollante? I know that was a really random question.
Yeah, I was gonna say horrified yet intrigued.
I feel like Neville would be interested too.
Yeah.
In Biollante. All right. That's a whole other conversation. Anyway.
On that note,
we will definitely do this again and be on the lookout for chapter 1 of The Half-Blood Prince Monday morning.
Monday morning indeed.
I had a great time with everyone. So we'll see you next time.
Bye.